to the chess club.
And we back. Welcome. I'm glad to have you. Oh, sorry, I'm supposed. Oh, camera's on the whole time, huh? Hello. How's everybody doing? Hopefully good. Hopefully you're vibing.
I'm vibing.
Hopefully you're shouting out the chess club.
Shout out to the chess club.
Hopefully you're aiming for a controversial 7 out of 10.
We're aiming for a controversial 7 out of 10.
And more than anything, I hope that's what's up.
That's most definitely what's up.
Good. We're here. We're rocking. We're rolling. It's going to be a good one. We got Triple X Gaming. Yeah, the shaggy fit. Ooh, baby. Yeah, all this. Look at this. It's like a bush on my head, but it's also thick and heavy enough that it feels like I'm wearing a helmet. It's a whole thing. I wasn't fapping. I was sketching. Yeah, I was just viciously sketching on MS Paint, right? Adonis, thank you, my friend. Glad to have you. No, my clothes. Oh, that too. Yeah, I've got the shaggy, loosey. Hey, you know, it's we're headed into Christmas. You gotta be comfy. You gotta be comfy. Nathan Drake. Oh, because of the, what do they call these shirts with the buttons? They're like Henleys or something. Something like that. Imperium Luke's setup is too advanced to have a DSP gaming mishap. I didn't know this, but apparently every time he wants to change to like gameplay, he has to manually change the resolution of his camera to like 144p or something, and then he manually goes in and like does like this and moves the camera angle and scales it down to put it in the corner and then plays the game like that. I'm like, bro, just make a different scene. Like, what are you doing? It's honestly amazing. I'm like, if I were trying to make something as inconvenient as possible, that's probably how I would do it. Like, I don't even know how you manage that. Cavill 40k deal signed. Yeah, it's actually happening. Okay, this is too upbeat for me. Too upbeat. Yeah, it's actually happening. The show's happening. We'll see what happens with it because there's no way to do 40k half-assed. Like 40k, I guess cinematic would be a good one. There's just no good way to do it lazily. Like, look at this. Mm-hmm. The resolution seems low. I don't know why.
Error to the galactic ring.
Like, there's no way to do this on a tight budget. If it's live action, especially. Like,
Let the seas
you know?
boil. Let the
Like, imagine this with an Amazon budget. Live action, headed up by Henry Cavill.
of my blood.
Could be freaking cool.
I will see the galaxy freed once more.
Is this an IGN upload? Why is it so blurry? You know, like, I don't know why. So, like, recently, some of these uploads are just so bad. And this is even with like a 40 series card that'll do like upscaling on it. I don't know what the deal is. Yeah, I have super resolution enabled too. If I turn that off, is it better? Not really, no. In case you don't know, if you have a 40 series graphics card in your computer, you can go to NVIDIA control panel and then go down to adjust video image settings and check super resolution. 4 is the highest, and it'll use like the same systems that are used for DLSS, but while you're playing videos, it'll apply the same filters to it. So it'll take a 1080p video and upscale it to like full 4K, which is super cool. And it works really well normally. Every once in a while there's some hiccups, but it makes like 360p video actually watchable again, which is kind of cool. Luke's random tech tip of the day, in case you didn't know that was a thing. But yeah, it's actually signed. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Warhammer will be going crazy. Dark Tide is an amazing game. Glad it got the reviews it deserves. Yeah, well, and they're coming out with Space Marine 2 next year, which I think a lot of people have been keeping an eye on that one because it does look really good. I mean, just look at like the hordes. September 9th. I skipped past all the gameplay accidentally. Like, come on. Come on. My only concern is performance, because there's a lot of, like, Tyranids on screen. There's a lot going on. So my only fear would be that it's going to be a little stuttery and it's going to struggle. But hopefully that's why they delayed it, because they're just giving them time to polish it up. Because if they can get all this working seamlessly, I'm in. And rip that off. Okay, let's let him fight. You know, oh man. Oh man. What is the premise of Warhammer? That is a difficult question to answer quickly. Broad strokes, there's like a god emperor of humanity that holds all, like the whole galaxy together basically. And then there's like a bunch of alien races. There's some intergalactic races and stuff that come in and are all vying for control and stuff. But with, yeah, it's really tough to do a to do a quick explanation. There's probably some YouTubers that have done a really good job of it, but it's just a massive, vast sci-fi world, sci-fi steampunk world, and it's pretty fantastic. It's pretty fantastic. I mean, I've shown you, if you haven't seen the studio tour, I've got like shelves of Warhammer stuff, and even like I have these in a little display case so I can show you. But there's like these guys are some orcs that I've been playing with. And I don't even know. So like you have all these models that are super, super cool. This guy's unpainted. This is kind of what it'll look like just after you build him. Riding a Squigosaur. But these are just the orcs. And there's tons of different armies to play as. I mean, it's a whole tabletop RPG. So there's just tons of stuff to do. However you want to do it. And it's very fun. This is probably my favorite, though. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. This guy's name is the Great Unclean One. He's a Chaos Demon. His flail also broke off. I've got to super glue it back on, but just like look how nasty he is. Entrails spilling out. He's got the little guys like trapped underneath him, crawling out. It's pretty Gucci. Pretty Gucci. But yeah, Warhammer 40K. I will warn you though, once you get into it, you are gonna go in deep. There's no like half-ass in Warhammer. It's like either you're in, like all in, or you're not playing, you know. Your orcs need more Daka. We need more Wah as well. I have a whole carrying case just of orcs, and I've been trying to build them up slowly but surely. Let's see. Hold on. Let me catch up on these real quick. Daniel Shaw Stewart, thank you for the 2. Thank you for the content this year. See you in 2024. Absolutely, my friend. Thank you so much. And yeah, it's been a wild year. You know, it's not only did like I have my, and like I'm not gonna do like the year recap in the stream because we're gonna stream before the year's over again, but like it's been a crazy year. It's been a crazy year. The channel has grown a ton. The live channel has grown a ton. Revenues are up significantly, so much so I was just able to bring on Trevor, our short form editor, full time. So he's able to leave his job that he did not enjoy, and now he's working full time making TikToks and YouTube shorts for these channels, which is awesome. You know, and that's because of you guys supporting this, helping make this a reality. You know, the money doesn't just like go into my pocket and I don't go and spend it on WWE champions. The money goes to support not just me and my family, but it also goes to support my employees who are working on this behind the scenes as well. So truly, thank you everybody for all of your support. You're not just making my life better, you're making a lot of people's life better. So just know that, okay? As for other things that have happened, I mean, of course, we had our second child, Ori, little Orion, and he is just a little goober. I mean, I can show you the picture Nikki just sent me. It shows very perfectly his personality and temperament. Just look at that guy. He's the one that was off in the hospital just like a week and a half ago, and he's just a little ball of sunshine. I guess 2 weeks ago, whatever it was. But he's just happy. He's just a happy little fella. So we welcomed him to the family. Lachlan's getting bigger every single day, and we bought a house. That's crazy. That's insane. This house, that's wild. And I've been able to like significantly make progress financially. Almost, I mean, I think I can get my student loans fully paid off by January, which is madness. That's crazy. And it's all because of you. So thank you. But yeah, it's been a crazy year. It's been a crazy, crazy year. Luke, have you seen the Lockout podcast Wings of Redemption destroyed DSP in a Call of Duty match? Did he actually play? Or did they? I thought they just asked him if he wanted to do it. I didn't know that they actually did it. Oh, he just challenged him, right? I think he just challenged him.
What you guys think?
Yeah, I don't see that they actually played. If they actually do that, dude, I'd fly out for that. Because basically Keemstar, in case people are not aware, Keemstar is offering to do like a big arena match of Phil, DSP, playing Call of Duty 1v1 against Wings of Redemption live for like a jackpot prize of like 10 grand or something. Winner takes all. And then they're going to have undercards of other people playing and doing 1v1 matchups and stuff. And like, it sounds like it would be super fun. DSP's never going to do it, even though it's like an easy 10K. He just shows up, plays a game, loses probably, and then makes 10 grand. He's never going to do it, like, because he can't admit to himself that he's a lolcow. But man, I would go so quickly to that. Man, that would be so fun. DSP hates Keemstar, even though Keemstar has offered to pay him like 50 grand as a signing bonus to do the Lolcow live podcast. He turned it down because he's like, I don't want to associate with him. And then he goes to Boogie and tries to do the podcast by himself without like Keem or anything. It just doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Who's DSP? DSP is like an OG YouTuber from like 2008, 2009, who is still around, but has just evolved into full lolcow territory, full e-beggar, like comes on, yells at people if they aren't donating enough for that stream. And he spends tens of thousands of dollars a year while e-begging, saying, I need this money to pay my bills. He spends that money on a mobile game, like a cell phone mobile game called WWE Champions. People track his account, which is tied to his phone number. He denies it's his account, but it's definitely his account. And he's spent, at this point, well over $100,000, probably approaching $150,000 on a mobile game, all while e-begging. Like, imagine if I came on stream and was like, guys, I need this money to pay my mortgage, my electric bill, all this. And then you find out that I'm actually doing fine financially, and I'm just using all of the money you're giving me, thinking you're giving me money for bills, and I'm spending that all on mobile games. That's called scamming. That's a problem. So yeah, it's a whole thing. Yeah. Hey Luke, what's your expectations with AC Red since it's our first next gen AC? That is a fantastic question, and I'm actually gonna pull up some stuff and we'll do a whole segment on that. So great question. Because I do want to deep dive into that. I want to do that. So I have it pulled up. We'll do that segment. Let me follow up also before I forget. Wet Donkey. Ooh, baby. 11 months of support. I'm alive. Damn right you are. Wet Donkey. Never die. Never gonna die. Wet Donkey. Here forever. Oh, I should get the... I should get YouTube chat up on screen as well. Pop out chat. Copy. Paste. Boop. Did it work? Yeah, Beat Connect. Yeah, Phil is Bit Connect through and through. Beat Connect. I've thought about just in a video or something when I'm talking about like toxic microtransactions. I mentioned this on the last stream. Having a segment that's just, and here is an expert in mobile game monetization that I'm bringing on to offer his thoughts on this situation. And then it just cuts to DSP talking about some random crap, and then it cuts back to me. And I'm like, thank you. Okay, thanks, Phil. Anyway, and we just move on past it. I think it'd be really funny. I think it'd be funny. Have you gotten further into Rogue Trader? Yeah, no, I've been playing it. I think that's gonna be one of my guilty pleasure games. Like every few months I try to pick a game that is going to be mine to enjoy. I'm not going to try to force content on it. I'm just going to play it for me, play it for fun. Because if I don't clearly set that, then what happens is like I'll be playing it and then I'll constantly be like, okay, I've got to record this footage and I've got to take notes on this game while I play. And I don't want to do that. I just want to enjoy it. Like I just want to play the damn game and have fun. And so that's what I've been doing. I think that's what we're gonna do. It's just gonna be my guilty pleasure game. Brandon Reyes, yeah, being back on Twitch feels so weird. Yeah, well, so right at the top of the stream, Bobcat Man, I thought we streamed on YouTube. Yeah, we did, and then Twitch changed their policy for the best and made it so Twitch partners can co-stream or multi-stream, whatever they call it, and not be banned. So that's what we're doing, and it's been wonderful. It's been wonderful. We get both audiences. We get the appeal of both, and everybody's happy. If you want to watch on YouTube, great. If you want to watch on Twitch, great. Everybody's happy. Their only weird specific requirement is that whenever chat is displayed on screen, you can't integrate them. So you can't blend the chats together. They have to be separate. So for whatever reason, I have to have Twitch chat and YouTube chat separate. I don't know why. They say it's because they don't want to compromise on the Twitch chat experience or something. I don't even know what that means. I don't know what that means. Oh, trippy. Imperium is in both chats. Imperium. Oh my God, this is getting meta. This is breaking my brain. Breaking my brain. Hold on. Okay, let's catch up. Rahul, thank you for the super chat. Hey, Luke, I live in South Africa. Really enjoying your videos after work. Was just wondering, how does one get into tabletop Warhammer game shops, or should I play the video games first? Best way is to look up if there's a Warhammer store near you. Just look up, like, Google Warhammer store near me. That's probably the easiest way, just because there will be employees there that not only know how to play, can help you build an army. And if you ask them, where do I get started? They'll help you. The other thing you can do is just go on like Reddit and just look up Warhammer 40K and just make a post saying, hey guys, I want to get into this. Where do I even begin? There's already a lot of posts about it. So you could probably just like, where do I start with Warhammer? And people will do it. But because it's an in-person game, it's something that's really fun with friends. So if you can get a buddy that's interested in it to start with you, that's probably the best way to do it. Because then you guys can build and play together and work on it together, learn rules together. That's probably the best way.
Venom Gaming donated £10 through Super Chat.
Dilly dilly.
Have a great Christmas, Luke. I'm looking forward to your Starfield critique. Have you seen the Christmas animation from Larian? Search up BG3 Christmas gift. I think you'll like it.
Yeah,
lots of references.
We can do that. BG3. It's pretty great. Yeah, 5 hours ago. Christmas gift and animated short. It's pretty great. And yeah, for one, I appreciate all that. I also, the Starfield critique, I think I'm going to be hitting that really hard in January. I was hoping to have it done in December, but as I've said before, like it's one of those games that there's no dopamine for me. So it's just very difficult to force myself to like run through a quest line again to test different stuff. And it's just been breaking my brain. Not to mention we had some things like Ori being in the hospital that I did not anticipate happening. So that kind of threw me for a bit of a loop and messed with the schedule. But yeah, I am very interested in the long-term effects of Starfield. And one of the things that I can bring up here, oh good, it's on the front page right in front of me. One of the things I did is I did a survey. I did a survey on the main channel asking what was the worst game of the year. Personally, the game that like Gollum at least felt like they were trying to make a good game. There was a little bit of passion and care there. It didn't come together at all. Last Hope was just a straight up like asset flip scam, barely a video game. Skull Island, I think they were trying to make a video game. It also just didn't come together. And then the day before, it was barely a game at all. This one probably made the biggest single splash because it's just been everywhere. But Gollum is a meme at this point. So I'd probably put it like, I don't know, because Gollum is still a video game. These, I think, are barely games at all. So I'll go Gollum. But you see the results with 70,000 votes. The day before was 64%. That's crazy. I didn't expect it to be that stacked. But then up here, this is something I did where I posted this question, and I've asked this question before, and I've done polls of this before. After Starfield, are you more or less excited for The Elder Scrolls 6? And out of all this, personally, I'm less excited. And 61% of people agree, 33% say they're indifferent, only 6% of people say they're more excited. Now, this is not like the only thing. I pinned this comment. Didn't you do this poll already? Because I did, and it was this right here. You see, I asked this poll, or asked the same question 3 months ago. And when I asked that question, 23% said they were more excited. So in the span of 3 months, 17% of these people, or I guess more than that if you're looking at of the 23, what percentage would make it drop to 6%? But anyway, 17% of the total group that voted on this has changed their mind if we're saying that it's a similar group or a similar sample size that you could compare. Something's changed. Like 31% say they're indifferent, basically. 17 say they never care to begin with, which was not an option in this other poll, which could skew it. I would think that those people that don't care would also just say indifferent, but perhaps that's a methodology issue. But at the very least, it's very interesting to see that very few people today are saying they're more excited versus 3 months ago, when a lot of people were saying that they were actually, a quarter of the people asked were saying they were more excited, which I just thought was really interesting, that it's actually shifted. And as time has gone by, people are less into the game and are looking on the game less positively and more negatively. And that is not something that typically happens with Bethesda games. Normally, their games kind of age like a fine wine, and over time, people appreciate them more, and mods come out, and they start to really love them more and more and more. And that's not really happened with Starfield. It's actually been the opposite, which is really interesting. Really interesting. Insane, thank you for the 150, by the way. Thank you. So, I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Let's see. Sup, Rock? Good to see you. Well, and to the day before his credit, I mean, we'll talk about this. Where did it go? I think it was a bookmark. Here, yeah, look at this. Apparently Steam is doing a full, like, they're forcing refunds fully for the day before. So even if you didn't return it, their plan is to still proactively refund all remaining players, because on January 22nd, they're shutting off servers and you won't be able to play it at all. Just the game. It didn't just die, it was murdered. Is that a throwback or what? Man, that's like 6 years ago. Like those meme videos. Oh man. X game didn't just die, it was murdered. Man, that's a throwback. That's a throwback. Anyway. Oh, hey Luke, here's a challenge for you. Try to praise Task Force X Kill the Justice League game for 1 to 3 minutes straight. Try to praise it for 1 minute straight. Okay, we can try to do this. Hold on. Okay. I think stopwatch. There's got to be an online one. Yeah. Okay, you ready? Okay, I have to praise Suicide Squad for 60 seconds straight. Okay. Suicide Squad is a game from Rocksteady, a phenomenally well-accomplished developer. They are top of their game in terms of releasing consistent quality games. I mean, they haven't really missed yet. Even Arkham Knight, which people, some people had some small issues with, is still regarded today as one of the most graphically impressive games of all time. And Suicide Squad is still graphically very, very impressive. And as far as live service games, it's probably the best looking and most cinematic live service game that's ever released. And that's pretty crazy. They've also put a ton of time in to weapon customization, allowing you to go through and do all sorts of crazy stuff, like swapping out not just individual elements of the guns like the stocks or sights and barrels, suppressors, things like that, but also even going in so far as to change the manufacturer, because some manufacturers offer different types of damage or different specializations of damage, which could help against certain archetypes of enemies or boss fights and things like that. But the rest of it looks like garbage. See, I did it. Boom, I made it. So I was running out of stuff to say. Okay. Oh man. Oh, we made it. That to DSP. I don't think I could do 60 seconds of DSP. Oh man. Oh man. He's doing what seemed couldn't be done. Yeah. Now do Starfield. Okay, 60 seconds of positivity with Starfield. Okay, I think I can do that. Okay. You ready? Okay, 60 seconds of positivity for Starfield. Okay. Starfield is a game from an amazingly accomplished developer, of course. I don't know why. Hold on, I'll reset. I don't know why it keeps glitching like that. Okay, that was weird. Okay, here we go. Starfield is a game from a fantastically accomplished developer, the legend himself, Todd Howard, who is such a legend. I have a cardboard cutout of him in my closet right now. He headed up this game's design. He's been talking about Starfield. If you go back to interviews, even in like 2007, before Fallout 3, he's talking about their ultimate visions of the types of games they want to make that they can't make because of technological constraints. He was talking about Starfield. He was thinking about it all the time back then. And he waited until the tech was possible to do it because he had a vision for 1,000 planets. And guess what? He delivered. A lot of us heard that they wanted to give players 1,000 planets. We're like, how does that even work? How are they going to do that? And they actually did it while providing a narrative that was unique and a little bit different, an amazing ship customization system, which is extremely robust, weapon customization like we had in Fallout 4, which I would still insist is very, very good. All sorts of different space combat mechanics and everything else was super cool. The rest of it was kind of garbage though. Oh man, that one gave me a headache. That one was tough. Okay. Oh man. That's funny. John, hey Luke, I'm the guy who accidentally hit your boat in the Skull and Bones beta. I didn't mean it. I was in deck view and couldn't see what was around me. Hit the game, not the player. You're good, my friend. That's awesome. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I just went down a Cyrax rabbit hole and all I have to say is wow. Yeah, Cyrax is one of those where it's like it's not funny anymore. Like for Cyrax, it starts to get to the point where it's just sad and like upsetting. Like DSP, it's just funny and silly and stupid because like if you're stupid enough to give him money, you kind of deserve to lose your money because it's so transparent what he is. With Cyrax, it's like, how is this person not in jail yet? You know? Can I trash BG3 for a minute? Ooh, interesting. Can I trash Baldur's Gate 3 for a whole minute? I'm down to try. People are going to clip these and be like, oh yeah, Luke's a Baldur's Gate hater. It's going to be awesome. Okay, can I trash Baldur's Gate 3 for a minute? Sure, okay, I think I've got a couple of things I can do. So Baldur's Gate 3, people love that game. They say it's amazing. And I can understand why, but it has some serious issues. For one, the game's combat system is turn-based and it's extremely slow. I'm sorry, if there's a boss fight that can take an hour and a half to complete, I start to think that you might just be wasting my time. Inventory management is abysmal. Have you ever tried collecting different things and keeping that inventory organized? It's an absolute nightmare. And perhaps the most insulting thing for that game, with all of its strengths, is that it doesn't teach you a damn thing. They have a couple of basic tutorials in the first 15 minutes of the game, and after that, it's c'est la vie, figure it out yourself. And I personally don't think it's very fun to have to pull up a second window or tab on Chrome on a second computer to Google how to do different things because they never told me. I had no idea that you could send stuff to wares and sell it in bulk. I thought you had to do it individually. Everything else about it is amazing though. Yeah, that makes okay. I straight up just said stuff I've heard DSP say about Baldur's Gate 3. So. I was like, what would a whiny person ramble about? Let's see. Oh man. Anyway. Yeah, there you go. There you go. DSP trashed Baldur's Gate 3 for hours in one stream. The thing with DSP is that like he's played Baldur's Gate 3, and because he relies on his audience to like hold his hand through these games so much, he will just like say like, what do I do here? How do I get past this encounter? And then he just turns to look at chat and just waits for them to say, do this, move here, attack there. And then he goes and tries it. And honestly, like at this point, I don't know how, like I've probably put in across all the platforms, like easily 150, 200 hours or something into Baldur's Gate 3 across like PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. Maybe even more than that, I don't know. But with all of that, I don't think I've run out of saves. With like the pop-up saying, oh, you've reached the maximum number of saves. I don't think I've run across that. DSP ran into that in his second stream of the game because he save scums so much. Isn't that amazing? Like before he does a spell with a 70% chance of hitting, he'll save scum and reload if he doesn't get the crit hit or something. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. Oh. Oh man, it's a whole thing. And it's kind of hot. I might even open the window. Should we open the window? I think we're gonna open the window. There we go. Just kicked something. I didn't even know there was a limit. There might not be a limit on PC. I'm not sure, but on console there is one. And apparently he ran into a save limit within like the first 5 hours of gameplay because he does it so much, which is freaking hilarious. Because I've never run into it, and I feel like, you know, I'm guilty of save scumming occasionally, just for fun. Like, ooh, I'm gonna see if this leaping from the rafters thing works. Down from the rafters thing works. Dude, I'm coming in with the DSP references today. But yeah, I've not run out of saves. That's crazy. Yeah, I think the finals is really, I think it's fun. It's cool to see another game come in and compete. We'll see what long-term support and long-term engagement's like, but yeah. I liked it. Okay, should we see this Baldur's Gate Christmas animation thing they dropped? Let's see it. Let's see it. Oh wait, it's muted.
At last, a moment of reprieve from adventure.
Look at us. Hey, look at us.
And now, to finally crack open
They made Astarion like
vintage red.
cute. Oh, Sven Vinky.
What are you all sitting around for? We're not done yet.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, where the hells are you taking us?
It's just a little further.
It's an elf.
And she melts the snow just standing on
Thank the
it.
gods! I thought I was a goner.
Suppose we'll have to wait out this storm a little longer.
It's truly a miracle you lasted as long as you have. All alone. As soon as the icy grip of winter relents, we shall escort you safely down this treacherous mountain. And, should you choose to bestow upon us a token of gratitude,
My! You've rescued me from a frigid predicament, and your kindness thaws even these frozen old bones. Contained in this bag is your truest heart's desire. Whatever you wish for, above all else, reach within and claim your prize.
Oh, I was kind of imagining like treasure.
Oh, you don't want it?
No, I'll take it.
Step aside, soldier. Let me show you how it's done. A million gold pieces, a million gold pieces, a million gold pieces. Come to Daddy!
Infernal engine oil.
Footprints. Others have been here before us.
I have no idea what you mean. I'm just an old elf, out here all on my own. Ho, ho!
This is a bit much, even for me.
Oh, God.
Oh, look at you.
How do you... My enemy's head preserved in a jar. Jeff, how did you know? I've been waiting a long time for this. Another mysterious box.
Don't even think about licking it.
What the hell's is that?
My gods, I'm beautiful.
That's amazing. Like, why don't we get more animations like that? That's a Christmas celebration animation if I've ever seen one. Oh man, I love it. Oh, that's great. It's just fun. You know, it's just fun. And that's refreshing. That's very refreshing.
Have to wait.
Yeah. It's just, oh man, I love it. My first, probably my biggest regret playing Baldur's Gate 3 was that in my first run through, I had, Asterion in camp. He came, I guess I shouldn't spoil things, but Asterion came at me in camp, as you'll know if you've played it, what happens at camp. And let's just say I found a stick and I took care of business. And so I didn't get to play with him for the whole first run that I did. And then in my second run through, which is kind of like it was a second playthrough, but it was like I was doing it almost at the same time. Like a parallel run through, if you call it like that. But anyway, for my second run through, I played with him and I was like, oh my God, how did I miss this? Like, this is great. So I would encourage people to include Asterion because he actually is quite fun. He's a good time, especially in the like later stages. I think part of it is that because of how he's built out in the early game, like the early game favors melee a lot. So, if you choose to play as any melee class or kit up your party with like Karlach and those guys, you're going to have a much easier time going through those early like Act 1 and early Act 2 encounters. But later game, like late Act 2, or really mid Act 2 to the end of the game, people that have more like fine-tuned builds that are a little more niche become much more viable. Sorcery becomes extremely, extremely powerful. So it's just a matter of it's just a matter of tuning how you want to do it. But I would encourage you not to kill Asterion if you can help it. Somebody already did a DSP tries it for Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know, man. Anyway, let's see. Hold on. Where's my mouse? Let's see. Zerushian, thank you for the 5. Luke, my brother in Christ, you have to pull up DSP playing Baldur's Gate 3. It's a car crash. You can't look away from his chat. Really? Or can't look away. His chat holds his hand through the whole thing. I believe it. Kepi, so thank you also for the super chat. I don't understand anything about Baldur's Gate 3. What type of game is it? My favorites are like Red Dead 2 and The Last of Us 2. Do you think BG3 is something for me? Why should I play it? Well, you know how like there's board games and like tabletop games, and you've probably heard of D&D or you've seen it in movies or TV shows and stuff. Baldur's Gate 3 is just D&D, but put into a video game. So in the tabletop, if you're playing D&D, you know, you're rolling the D20 to determine whether this hit lands, or you're rolling 2d6s plus 2 to determine what the damage is. You're doing all of that yourself. But in the case of Baldur's Gate 3, it just does that for you in the background. So you can just focus on the visual presentation, the acting, the dialogue, stuff like that. And in terms of combat, the tactical elements, and then it maintains the rules for you. So the game is the dungeon master effectively, and it manages all of that stuff for you. And you just get to play without having to get bogged down into any of the nitty gritty. Yeah, it's the same D&D world. It's all the same spells. It's all the same stuff because it's built around the 5e Magic the Gathering, Dungeons and Dragons system. So that's at least the idea behind it. So if you like role-playing games, if you like the idea of a story, and if you like those games, I'm guessing you like story, it's fantastic. And the level of variability is just crazy. Here on Luke Stevens Live, I did a video reacting to like a 2-minute little clip from a broader video. But basically just we went through that, and then the whole clip is me just trying to explain what makes Baldur's Gate 3 so good. And if you just look up on, you know, Luke Stevens Live on the channel in one of the recent clips, you'll see it. But it's just like a 20-minute thing of why it's so good. And it's just because there's so many different ways of doing things, it will break your brain. Oh, there's a camp of goblins you want to take out. You could just go in there and start slashing and try to kill them all that way. You could try to persuade them to let you in. You could do something with one of their enemies to weaken them so they go to their enemies to wipe out the enemies completely, leaving their camp abandoned so you can just waltz in. You could poison the punch bowl if you want to poison everybody all at once, or you can give them a special like drow poison, which is going to put them all to sleep. And so you put that in there and they all pass out. There's all sorts of different ways you can do it. And chances are, if you think of something that you could try doing, the developers probably already thought of it and you can do it. It's ridiculous. And that's true of pretty much everything in the 100+ hour campaign as you work your way through it. It is ridiculous. Just like in D&D, if you tell your dungeon master, I want to go up and I'm going to perform a crazy maneuver. I'm going to try to jump over him and then pickpocket him. And I'm going to put this poison up his butt or something. And the dungeon master's like, okay, roll for it, I guess. It's going to be like, you're going to need a nat 20 basically to do it, or it's going to be a 22 DC or whatever. And you roll it. And if you do it, you can do it. Cool. Great. It just enables you to do whatever you want to do. And it's awesome. It's awesome. Is it for everybody? No. But it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool when it works. Or yeah, we're going to romance the goblins. You can also do that. Combat in BG3 might be slower paced. Oh, hold on, it scrolled away. Where did it go? Is my chat frozen? Hold on. There we go. Combat in BG3 might be slower paced, but you have so much tactical freedom in it, you can get really creative. Yeah, and it's just one of those games that as it goes on, it gets more complex and you build out your characters and stuff. It can be really good. I do think that the game could stand to have more tutorials and more explanations of things, because there is a lot that you just don't realize, like sending stuff to your wares. If you're like a fan of old school CRPGs and stuff, you'll understand what that means. But if you haven't played those kinds of games, you aren't going to understand that, oh, you can send things to the wares, and then when you go to shopkeepers, you can just sell all of your wares that you've marked, and so you don't have to manually drag them over. You can just sort your inventory like that. There's all sorts of little tricks that people might not know, which is just something I think they could improve upon personally. But I recommend it. You know, if it's one of those games that you're not like opposed to because you don't like, some people just don't like turn-based combat, and that's okay. Baldur's Gate 3 is just never going to be for you. That's okay though. Like, just don't force it on yourself. Just like if you don't like difficult combat, you're never going to like Elden Ring. You're just not, and that's okay. But like if you're not opposed to it, absolutely try it. I think you'll be very, very happy that you did. Yeah, if you take your time, you read, and honestly, if you're not afraid to ask other players or the community or to look up different things, it can be very, very helpful. Like just understanding, okay, I'm playing a sorcerer. Where should I be putting points? And what should I be prioritizing in terms of equipment? That's something, it's okay if you don't know that. That's okay. Anybody who's like, well, I figured it out, is probably lying. They probably figured it out by looking up or reading something that helped them understand it. There's no shame in reading up for advice or information, because the only difference between like a game like Baldur's Gate 3 that doesn't really walk you through all those little bitty details and a game that does is just that the devs decided to put that information that's found elsewhere into the game itself. Whereas in this case, you're just going outside of the game to find that information. So I would encourage you to give it a shot personally. That's what I would do. Yeah, exactly. Ethel Wolf. Yeah, the game encourages you to break it. And that's one of the things I like most about RPGs that are old school RPGs is that they encourage you to break it. Like in The Stick of Truth, which was developed by Obsidian, also a very well-known RPG developer. In that game, when I first played it way back in the day, I built a bloodletting build, which was just about like having this one sword that did a ridiculous amount of bleed damage and stacked bleeding like 8 times. So I played the game and I one-shot the final boss. He didn't like get hit and then drop dead because the blood damage affected him at the start of his turn. So I hit him, didn't do that much damage, but it gave him like 7 bleeding effects. And then it's turned to his turn. The blood damage takes effect, and then he just drops dead because all of the blood left his body all at once. And like that was super cool because I built a min-maxed build that, you know, if I was going up against something that was like invulnerable to bleeding damage, I would have been screwed, but I was rewarded for coming up with that build and defeating the boss that way. In the same way, like in Baldur's Gate 3, there's so many different ways that you can just go in and break the game, and they're like, yeah, good for you. Good job figuring it out. You know, there's the whole thing with the like owl bear where you can do basically a pro wrestling move where you have him climb up the rafters and then jump down, and it does like 800 damage when he body slams a boss or something. And that's super cool. Or another player found an item, or it was like a weapon or something that gave them increased damage depending on like a marginal increase to damage based on the amount of gold in the pocket of the target. So if the target was holding a lot of gold, the weapon would do more damage, right? Well, what they did is that they went into stealth mode. They drank an invisibility potion. They went in and they pickpocketed him, but instead of taking stuff out of the boss's pocket, they put in like thousands of gold coins that they had been collecting and saving throughout the whole game, snuck that into his pocket, and then one-shot him. Because he had thousands of gold in his inventory, and this multiplied based on that, and it just broke the fight and one-shot this boss. But that's what the game allows you to do, is to think creatively and break it, and that's what's so freaking fun. Is Baldur's Gate 3 controller friendly? It does support it. It's definitely not, in my opinion, how it was intended to be played. It's doable though. It's just a lot of like circular radial menus. And there are some like little bitty things that just take experimentation to understand. Like if you want to cast the same thing twice, you have to go into the radial menu and select cast spell again, or recast, I think recast spell is what it shows up on console or on controller. And so then you have to cast it that way instead of just selecting the spell again. So there's a bunch of like little bitty clunk with it, but it'll get better, I'm sure. But certainly workable. Like it's not like if you're playing on controller, you can't play the game. You know, you can. It's just a little clunky because it was definitely made for mouse and keyboard. But it's workable. Absolutely, it's workable. I haven't heard anything about Xbox deleted save issues, but yeah, if that's a thing anybody in chat knows about, let Team Money know. I haven't heard about that, but that would be interesting if that's an issue. Certainly if it's been remedied, that would be the hope. And as always, I mean, as you guys know, I'm always down to watch DSP play games terribly, but I know that might not be what people are looking for from this stream. So I'll keep that in the back pocket, and we can pull that up later if we need to. Let's see, where did it go? Where's the tab? Okay. 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 Got an issue. Here's a tissue. Exactly. Stick of Truth led to Fractured Butthole. Yeah. Well, honestly, the Fractured Butthole is a good game. It's a very good video game. I don't think it's as funny in a lot of ways as the Stick of Truth, and it's also not anywhere near as good of an RPG, but it's still fun. It's fun. And the Stick of Truth is very short. It's like 7-8 hours, maybe. Especially if you're good at those games. Whereas like the Fractured Butthole, I think was like 25 hours when I played it, if I remember right. So there's a lot more game in the newest one. And it's also much more polished. There's a lot less bugs and broken stuff. I mean, it makes sense. It's coming from Ubisoft instead of Obsidian. So again, it lines up, but just is what it is. Let's see. The title's kind of clever. Yeah, apparently it was literally just Matt Stone and Trey Parker saying they really, really wanted to put the word butthole in the game's title, but they couldn't. Legal wouldn't let them. So they're like, well, what if we just reworked it as just like a title? And we just said like, well, as a, like the fractured, but it's whole. It's not fractured anymore. And they're like, okay, I guess that works. Just like it's the exact same thing they did with Tom Cruise, where they wanted to say that Tom Cruise was gay and in the closet, but during a South Park episode years ago, but they wouldn't let them do it. The lawyers wouldn't let them do it. So finally they just said, okay, well, what if just in the story of the episode, Tom Cruise shows up at Stan's house, goes into the closet and just refuses to leave? Can we do that? And the lawyers were like, okay, I guess. And so that's what they did. They had Tom Cruise go in the closet, and then the whole episode, everybody's like, Dad, Tom Cruise won't come out of the closet. And they bring Nicole Kidman in, and she's like, Tom, you know, everyone will still love you if you come out of the closet. Everybody already knows that you're in the closet. You just need to come out. Like they just did it that way. And if they found the loophole and it worked, you know? You gotta love their clever workarounds. And Venom, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Luke, what game this year were you looking forward to that turned out to be massively disappointing for you, aside from the obvious picks like Starfield? Honestly, for me, Starfield wasn't disappointing. I've been saying for like a year and a half since we've started finding out more about the game that something just didn't make sense with it. And as we found out more about it, you guys know I made a lot of videos describing how a lot of the things they were describing about Starfield just weren't clicking. I was like, how does that make for a good video game? They're saying that you can't freely fly within the planet. That's strange. And there's no other vehicles. That's weird. So am I expected to just run on a planet endlessly with randomly generated things popping up in front of me? And then it ended up being worse than I expected in the form of little bitty fish bowls that were totally uninteresting and little things like that. So I was not expecting Starfield to be very good, and it ended up being like a 7 out of 10. And it's like, yeah, for some people it's going to be a good time, and that's great, but it's not the masterpiece or like generation defining game I think a lot of people were braced for. So that one for me wasn't very disappointing. As for like actual disappointments, like things that I did not expect to be what they ended up being, I'm going to be real and I'm going to get flack for this. I thought Spider-Man 2 was a little disappointing. I said it. I was expecting a lot more after all that time. Redfall we also knew was going to be garbage. That wasn't really disappointing. Because for me, I think to be disappointing, you have to expect X, and then it ends up being less than that. Redfall I did not expect to be very much. And so when it came out, I was like, oh yeah, it's terrible. Okay. You know, like it didn't really matter. And like Diablo 4, I know in hindsight, people are like, well, Diablo 4 is terrible because they screwed up season 1. That was after launch. The game at launch, very, very good, universally acclaimed. People loved it. It sold faster than any Blizzard game in history. People were loving it. It was just a terrible patch they dropped that broke season 1. And apparently they've dug themselves out of it, and the game is actually very well balanced and it's working well now. So I might go back to that, over Christmas break. I don't know. But yeah, apparently it's much better now. But like Diablo 4, I think lived up to the hype in many ways, and then they kind of screwed it up afterwards. But for me personally, I found Spider-Man 2 just to be a lot less than I was expecting, and it just I was expecting them to just find the stops and then pull them and just go crazy and outrageous, and instead we got like a 15-hour painfully predictable storyline that had some cool set pieces and stuff. But within the first like 20 minutes of the game, they signal so heavily how the game is going to end, and I won't spoil it here, but so much so that like in my notes while I'm playing the game, I write down, okay, they just showed this thing in the game. I'm pretty sure this is where the final boss fight's going to be, and it's going to end like this with this object that they just clearly telegraphed. And sure enough, like almost word for word, that's exactly what happened in the end of the game. So for me, it was just not what I was hoping for. And it didn't feel that distinct from Miles Morales. It just didn't. And that was disappointing. That was very disappointing for me. Final Fantasy 16, I have not played yet still. I played the demo and stuff. I just haven't had time to play the full game. And for me also personally, like I was never that into Final Fantasy 16. It just didn't look that compelling to me. Not because the developers did anything wrong. It just to me seemed like a really intense Final Fantasy story, and I just wasn't sure if I had the energy for it. And I might go back and play it eventually, but a lot of other players I think felt the same way. And I think most people looking at the trailers were expecting it to be like an 8 or a 9 out of 10, but not like, probably not beating out Baldur's Gate, but probably an 8 or a 9 out of 10. And it ended up being that. And that's what most people agree, is that it's like an 8 or a 9 out of 10. It's got some issues, some clunk and stuff, but it's still a very good game. It might not have like dominated the public discourse or anything, but it's still a very good game. So I didn't find that disappointing. What other games came out this year? Gollum, we all kind of expected to be yeah, I mean, it's probably Spider-Man 2 is the one that I was expecting to just be fantastic, and it just ended up being kind of lame. Oh, maybe, another one. This might actually take it over Spider-Man 2. I kind of forgot about this one. Jedi Survivor. I did not expect them to launch such a buggy, poorly optimized mess again. And they did. So that one actually might take it over Spider-Man 2, because that one I was expecting to be really epic and really crazy, and it was, but it was so poorly optimized. It was like impossible to recommend to anybody. So that one probably takes it. That one was just like, really, guys? After all the crap with the last game having technical issues, that like, really, we're doing this again? And it did have serious issues. I mean, I know some people might have played it a month or two or a few months after launch, and nowadays it's polished up and it runs well. But man, at launch, it was a mess. Jedi Survivor, it was a mess. Like, let's see, 3 months ago. No, where's from launch? Yeah, and the FSR 2 was horrible. It was really, really bad. Like, Digital Foundry did some videos on it. Visual features. Yeah, they forced like this ray tracing stuff in, and it just didn't really seem to make that huge of a difference on console. And man, I forgot how blurry it was. Even on like PC, it was really, really rough. And it was just so disappointing, because the game itself was really, really good, but they just released like a buggy, unoptimized mess, and then it still sold well, and they just like, oh, we'll fix it in 6 months. And I'm just so done with that methodology. I'm like, can we just finally release like polished, finished games? Like we got to be past this point. But people bought it in droves, unfortunately. Like those of us who reviewed it, I don't remember if I actually had an early access review. I don't think I did for this one. But well, maybe I did. I don't recall. But anyway, I do remember seeing a lot of reviews where people were like, hold off. Maybe don't buy it within the first week. Wait till they fix it. And unfortunately, I don't think enough people took that advice. And it just was very, very rough. Very rough, which is just a bummer because the rest of the game is so good. It's just a waste. Just a waste. You know, it's like wrapping a gem up in just a basket of turds. It's like, you guys were onto something. The thing there is awesome. Why did you cover it in poop? And they're like, I don't know. It's just because that's what we did. We didn't have time to clean it off. I'm like, bro, you did. You just didn't want to. Because you knew it didn't really matter. People are still going to buy it. Yeah, man. Anyway, El Gokai, I'm not sure. Thank you for the 5. Hey, Luke, love to you and the family. I really hope you consider playing Final Fantasy 16 sometime. It has crazy epic boss battles and the music is godly. Yeah, I think I could add it to the PlayStation and we could play that while we're on break. I think that could be a good time. I could add that. Let's see. And I mean, as for other things, like games that totally surpassed expectations, probably I'd say like, I think Baldur's Gate 3, I was expecting to be good. I didn't expect it to be that great. Like I had played it in early access like years ago, but I did not expect it to be just like a full 10 out of 10. I thought there would still be some clunk. Maybe they wouldn't be able to live up to the hype, but they actually did. And so that one, I don't think anybody expected to be as big or as huge as it ended up being. Diablo 4, I was expecting to be more of a train wreck than it ended up being at launch. It was very well received. People loved it. So that was really cool to see. And Hogwarts Legacy, I was also braced for that. I was hoping it would be good, and then it ended up being just like a really solid video game that was fun and had a crap ton of content, like a ton of content, and that was really refreshing to see. And Modern Warfare 3, that campaign, man, that campaign was great. Yeah. And Lies of P also managed to live up to the hype and probably one of the most polished games of the year. It runs fantastically well, very smooth. No bugs that I can think of that I ever ran into. It's just a very polished game, which was quite refreshing. Let's see. Shiloh, good to see you, my friend. Thank you. And also Sturm347, thank you for the sub with Prime. Sorry, this happened like 20 minutes ago. I guess I missed it. I'm terrible. I'm a professional streamer right here. And Zur989, thank you also for subbing with Prime. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it was very well optimized. Yeah, Hogwarts Legacy was February. Yeah. So I mean, it's crazy. This year's just been so stacked. There's been so much. It's crazy. It's just outrageous how much stuff has been put out this year. My browser's glitching out. It keeps flashing like weird patterns on the screen. It's very weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay. Oh, Sean, thank you. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Okay. You know what we have to do now. Oh, wait, they just dropped another South Park trailer. South Park game trailer, I mean. I saw they dropped the collector's edition.
This winter spell. What are you suggesting, Elf? Stan has been acting strange ever since he thought his version of the rules were best. I was gearing up my army to get to him and force him to talk to me to see what he was up to. But then the new kid came and got in the way. Wow, nice going, new kid. This storm isn't going to end, and our town is in serious trouble. Stay back! We're out of stuff! Then we have no choice. New kid, we must get to the Marshwalk to Stan. Hey, new kids! I'm gonna be king. You chose the wrong side.
Oh, what are these? I don't think we've seen these before. Hold on. Choose bullshit. Okay, that's funny. Okay, radioactive goo. Your entire team emits noxious fumes to gross out enemies. Uses 2. Blast enemies with laser beams from your eyes. Uses 3. Become huge and body slam fools or do area damage by jumping on enemies. Interesting. So they're like individual upgrades.
Charlie Masters donated £4.99 through Super Chat.
And stop
Spider-Man 2 was so poor. The first 15 minutes are cool and felt next gen, then it's so average. It fixes no problems from 1 and instead doubles down.
Yeah, that to me is the most shocking thing, is that they do double down on like the open world questing and the like random boring collectathon crap. They double down on all of it. Silence, thank you for gifting 5 memberships on YouTube. That's crazy generous. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And welcome, everybody. Welcome. And also Hotel Whiskeyans. Hotel Whiskey New Zealand, maybe? I don't know. Thank you for subbing with Prime as well. Yeah, I just think it came off to me as a game born out of perhaps overconfidence or arrogance that they could just kind of do the same thing as last time without fixing much. And that is a dangerous place to be. You can only really do that if you are Rockstar. And people thought Bethesda Game Studios could do it too. But I mean, as we've seen with Bethesda Game Studios, they did the same thing with Starfield, where it's just kind of like Fallout in space, but it doesn't do anything Fallout did better than Fallout. So it's like, okay, if I want to play a Fallout game, I'll just go play Fallout. Like, I'm not going to play Starfield. And it's like, oh, but it has the mysterious story and the open-endedness of Elder Scrolls. Okay, well, but it's still not as good as Elder Scrolls. So if I want to play an Elder Scrolls game, I'm just going to go play Elder Scrolls. And it's like, yeah, but it has the space sim elements of like No Man's Sky. And it's like, yeah, but it does it all way worse than No Man's Sky. So if I want to play a No Man's Sky like game, I'll just go play No Man's Sky. So it just didn't do anything top of its game. It didn't do anything really, really well. And it just seems like a game that they put together and we're like, yeah, it's our next Bethesda epic game, and it just didn't come together and really click. And I think for Spider-Man, it's a similar thing where they were like, well, I mean, it's a big epic superhero game, and in that capacity, it's good. It's pretty good, really good even, but it just doesn't tie everything together the way that you would have hoped that it would, you know? And that's why for me, it was a little underwhelming. Geez, Mr. Boogle, thank you. Jeez, you guys are popping off today. 'Tis the season, I suppose. My goodness. Thank you. 5 more gifteds on YouTube. That's crazy. Thank you, guys. Welcome, everybody who's a new member now. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And Alfredo, thank you for the 5. Sup, Luke. Love the content. Keep it up, my dude. Will do, my friend. Will do, my friend. We were going to post a video this morning, actually. But there's one thing I had to tweak in it, so we'll put that up tomorrow morning. And then after that, Christmas break, and I'll be back the day after Christmas probably. So it's not a huge break. But like people are always like, why aren't you going on like a big vacation? Why are you streaming like on your vacation or something? Like honestly, because I like it. Like this has not gotten to the point where it's miserable or like it feels like a job. To me, this is still the fun side gig. Like now it's at the point I think where it's self-sustaining, like it kind of pays for itself to do streams, which is awesome. But it is still something I really enjoy.
MTA
you know,
donated $4.99 through Super Chat. Sup Luke, love ya content.
Oh,
Keep
baby.
it up, my dude.
Will do. Will do. You know, I enjoy it, so you guys are stuck with me. Deal with it. Sorry, not sorry. Just calling it like it is. Just calling it like it is. It's just, yeah, maybe one day streaming will get to the point where I'm like, oh man, I just need a break. I just need a break. Part of it is that I only stream like 3 days a week. By the way, a little announcement. I'm just going to tell you guys. It looks like in the new year, we're probably adding another day. So we're probably going to also be here Tuesdays or Thursdays. I'll let the missus decide which day she would rather me be available for like appointments and stuff. But yeah, it looks like we're going to add at least one more day on. And so we'll be here more often and have even more content going up on the live channel and stuff like that. So maybe one day it'll be a real chore. It's the one thing, like with this being technically the side hustle or side gig, is that it's not like the end all be all. It's not like if this live channel struggles or if I take off a few days of streams, like, oh no, I can't pay my mortgage. It's not that bad. Like it's not the main bread and butter. So there's less pressure involved. Whereas other streamers, when this is all they do, like if they don't get X number of dollars a month, they just can't pay rent. And then of course that is a problem. But for me, it's not like that. So the pressure's low and it's just about having fun and being here and having a good time. And in that case, you know, I think we've struck a good balance. How did the parking ticket go? I mean, you just got to pay it. It's just, it is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, they did this. I hate it when they do this in these big sets. They just put all the bags loose in here. Why would they do that? So you just have to sift through them. The Lego Titanic box was great because they had everything like portioned off into little boxes. And so you'd start with box 1, box 2, box 3. And then in those boxes, they had numbered bags. So you knew kind of like it was very easy to figure out where you needed to start it. But in this case, it's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What says this? This is the one you guys voted for here on stream. This is the Hogwarts Express. It's the big boy. Tis the big boy. Oh, speaking of big boys, have you guys seen this trailer? Let me just pull this up real quick. Have you guys seen this game? It's called Mouse. Oh, sorry, Jacob. New segment. This game is called Mouse. If you've not seen it, it's pretty cool. You remember Cuphead? Like Cuphead was really popular because it was all hand-drawn animations, tied back to like the early 20s, like 30s style of animation. Really, really cool. Well, there's another game coming out called Mouse, which is a first-person shooter done with similar techniques. Look at this.
I have a feeling this isn't over yet.
Like, look how ridiculous this is. Is that not crazy? How cool is that? It's the game you didn't know you needed, right? Wee Ruth. Finger guns. I'm wondering about motion sickness because the lower frame rate of the like cartoon animations mixed with the smooth frame rate of motion and the 3D objects, I could see that potentially making some people motion sick, especially yours truly. And so I'm very curious about that. I'm very curious. I don't know, but it looks fire. It looks fantastic. And yeah, it's inspired by the charm of 1930s rubber hose animation, transporting players to a nostalgic era of early cartoons, assuming the role of a private detective navigating Noir City teeming with gangs, mobs, characters from the dark side, unravel a quest for justice in a Noir City mired by chaos, corruption, and vibrant energy, utilizing a diverse arsenal of weapons, power-ups, and explosives to thwart the takeover by corrupt politicians. The game's playful weaponry and distinctive health display, coupled with enemies behaving like cartoon characters, add lighthearted twist to a traditional FPS gameplay. It looks cool. It looks cool. I mean, as to like whether it actually comes together and it's also a good game, yeah, who knows? Art style can do a lot to lift a game up, but gameplay itself is still a concern. I mean, it's the same thing when people are like, oh, it's not always about graphics. This is exactly the same thing when it's all about the art style. Like, how do you describe this game to people? It's the cartoon mouse game, mouse shooter. Like, there's a thing in marketing called the tip of the tongue test, where if somebody's trying to describe something, if it has a really recognizable brand, they'll be able to describe it in very few words. Like, how do you describe Gordon Ramsay? You go, oh, it's, the British chef who's always mad and yells at people. Oh, yeah, that guy. Right? You just know. Or like, that musician, used to be black, became like, looked white, and he beat it. You know who I'm talking about, Michael Jackson. But I didn't say Michael Jackson. I just described some very like basic ones. Yes, Cher. Like some very basic descriptions about him. And then you're able to figure out who I'm talking about. And in this case, it's a very similar thing where you're like, oh, it's the very recognizable and very, well-established game in terms of tip of the tongue test, where you're like, oh yeah, it's the cartoon mouse FPS game. Immediately, people who have seen this before know what you're talking about, but it needs more than just that. It needs quality gameplay. It needs a decent runtime, and it has to be priced fairly. It needs to run well. There's a lot of other considerations, but just being able to pierce that veil of public perception and knowledge is very, very difficult and very rare for games like this from relatively unknown studios, as far as I'm aware. And so it's already off to a great start, because even if the game is kind of meh, there's going to be a lot of people that are buying it just for the art style and the unique flavor that it brings. So already they're off to a great start. It's just going to be how they land it. Because if they do land it well, they could see this thing being like a surprise hit of, do they have a date? Yeah, of 2025. So it's still like a year and a half, 2 years away. But it's crazy. It's crazy. So we'll see. Hey, Luke, did you see the overdramatic reaction of Dreamcast guy to the Insomniac leaks? I cringed myself to death. I did not. Is it pretty cringe? I don't know, man. I really struggle with that guy. I really struggle.
Hope you have a great holiday season.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to you too. Thank you, my friend. Just send this to my friends. Good. Yeah, I think it looks really cool. Does he go into details? Dude, the recommended search results are not the most positive. Dreamcast guy exposed, rage quit, cringe, rips shirt, lies, Sony fanboy, rage quit Starfield, rant, is bad. Like, oh baby. Mad about hack. They are mad. I don't know, man. I don't know if I have the strength. I remember all those clips of him right before like the FTC stuff with Activision and Microsoft. And every time there was an update, if it was something where it's like, oh, FTC is suing like Microsoft for this acquisition, he's immediately like, the deal is over and it's not going through now. It's like, nope, that's not how that works. Lawsuits don't just automatically like prevent things from ever happening. It's a lawsuit. They won't necessarily win it. And even if they win it, doesn't mean the deal doesn't go through. Like, I'm sorry you don't understand this and that you're very confident in being wrong, but that's just not how this works. If you read a book, you might know that. But then like the next update comes out and it's like, oh, the FTC faces a setback in their lawsuit. And he's immediately like, Microsoft has won and they're gonna buy Activision Blizzard. It's always just like, it's like Groundhog Day, but he never remembers anything. It's just ridiculous. It's like every day is just, I'm just gonna go with whatever the Twitter headline is. I'm just gonna say that and act as though that's confirmed fact. It's just painful. It's just painful. I don't know if I can even do it. Chug a Red Bull and push through it. I don't know, man. I don't know. At least, like, I don't know much about Dreamcast guy. I don't want to bash the guy. I don't want to hate on him. I don't want to send any negativity his way. Like, there's enough negativity on the internet. But like people like DSP, I don't feel bad because they're demonstrably scamming their audience. So at that point, I feel like it's fair game. Does that make sense? Is that fair? Is that fair? You know, a strong sedative would help. I just take 3 or 4 sleeping pills and I'm just zonked out for the whole thing. That would be pretty funny. One thing here. Here's one thing we could do. Let me show you this. Here's one thing you can do. Where is it? Let me see. Do they have the original tweet here? I don't think they do. There was a tweet that went viral. Let me see. I think this is it. Hold on. Brexit, it looks like. DSP. Stop playing video games. Let me just try this. I think this is it from Tears of the Kingdom. Oh yeah, so this tweet started to go viral, or one like it, and is this? Yeah, it's DSP. Here, just watch this. Watch this. Bear in mind, this is like a 40-year-old man. Okay, you grab that. You put it like that. Okay. You put it like that, and it becomes kind of like a whatever they call. I don't remember the name of them. Not excavators, but it pushes all the balls, right? Pushes them all through. You do it into the basket. They weigh down the lever, and you pass the level. Super simple. An actual child could figure it out. Okay, makes sense.
Unbelievable. Anyway, let's
I'm going to reveal something to you about DSP after this that's going to break your brain, okay? Watch this, though. Watch this. Watch this man try to figure this out.
let's see what we're supposed to do. So, what the hell is that? Whoa, a bunch of balls. That's a lot of balls. What are we doing with these balls? So, can we grab them? Yes, we can. There's... Huh?
Don't even tell me he's going to manually move them in one by one.
Why does it look so weird? I don't... Are we just putting all the balls in here or something?
Looks to chat to give him the answer.
Once again, I'm just supposed to magically know what we're doing, even though the game has absolutely no explanation for anything.
It's called linear thinking.
I can't grab the platform. Is it a pressure plate? Right? If I put all the balls in here, does it weigh it down enough that opens the door? I mean, that's a lot of tedious work. Why would we do it that way?
Yeah,
I don't
it's almost like there should be another way of doing it.
Right? What is the puzzle here? Why do we even need this thing?
Well, you just said why it would be really tedious to do the balls one by one. There should be another way. Oh, don't even tell me he's gonna stick them all together. Oh my god. It's worse than I thought it was. Like, honestly, I think moving them individually would have almost been easier.
For some reason.
Why? Like, he has negative problem solving skills. He's creating new problems. Because watch, he's probably not going to be able to fit this through the door.
This is very exciting stuff, if you guys didn't know.
It's stunning. It's honestly stunning. Bear in mind, this is a 40-year-old man, okay? Like,
Me magicians, I guess you haven't handled this many balls before? No, I mean, admittedly, I've pretty much only handled my own. I've never really been handling any other balls.
oh my god, like, what is the end plan? Like, what does he think he's accomplishing? What?
For the record, I have no idea if this is what we're supposed to be doing.
We can tell. And look, he's not gonna be able to fit it through now. Okay, well, maybe. Oh, he got it through. But now they're all attached, so he's got to break them apart. Oh my god.
Is there even a point to this, like, besides weight? Right? I don't know.
Oh my god, he's still going.
What the hell was that noise? You heard it, right?
Oh my god.
Oh, that was weird. The surround sound was kind of messed up for a second.
He's actually gluing them all together to do this.
Huh?
And then one of the extra balls rolled down and pulled it down. Or no, what happened is all the attachments broke. And so then all the weight of the balls rolled down and then it pushed the lever and then it opened the door. Whereas again, you're supposed to just quickly attach this thing on the front of the car that they give you. They provide it and then it pushes all the balls forward. They roll and push the lever. Takes an actual 30 seconds from when they started the clip of pulling it down from the wall. And then he spends like 3-4 minutes individually attaching them together, doing it in the most painstaking way possible. So, and then he blames the game, saying the game has bad design. The bit I wanted to reveal to you about DSP, apparently, and allegedly, I as far as I understand it, this has been confirmed. He was the valedictorian of his high school. Apparently he was the top student in his class. And bro has actually no problem solving skills. Like I've never seen someone not just like struggle with a puzzle, but make it way harder on themselves. It would be like if we're building this massive Lego set and I'm like, okay, to begin guys, let's do it. We're going to throw these away. And then we'll build it. And then when you're missing pieces, you start complaining that Lego forgot them. It's like, no, dude, you did that to yourself. It would be like it just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. And there's been other times where he's done things kind of like that, which are just shocking and stunning. My personal favorite of recent memory was when he was playing Tears of the Kingdom. And then he said that the game was designed poorly because the lightning chased him even though he was sprinting. Which, he played Breath of the Wild. He knows that metallic objects on your back or that you have equipped attract lightning and like the lightning will strike you there. And he just totally doesn't understand why he's getting hit with lightning.
You're kidding me! Riding full speed, the lightning hones in on you and it hits you?
The lightning moved so fast. Like what?
You see, this isn't fun. I'm sorry. Randomly, a glue monster appears, takes all of your health. Oh, you don't have enough stamina to climb something standard at the beginning of the game. Oh, lightning just hones in on you and then kills you. How is this a fun? It's bullshit.
Bruh, just unequip the metal armor so you don't get hit by the lightning. It literally tells you that you're about to get shocked. Plus, you can see the weather in the corner saying that there's a lightning storm happening. Just unequip your metal armor. Metal conducts electricity. It's literally not that hard. I don't know what you're...
And he played Breath of the Wild, and this was a mechanic in Breath of the Wild too. So he can't even claim that this is like a new thing he didn't know about. It's just stunning. Like, it's just stunning. Oh, wow. Wow. I need to relax. That was a lot. That was a lot. He's trolling. That's the thing. He's not trolling. Like, people have followed him for like 12, 13 years, or I think at this point 15 years, And that's just how he is. That's just DSP. His career started to take a nosedive once people started making things called "This is how you don't play X game," because he has been so notoriously horrible at video games since he started on YouTube. People started doing compilations of him playing those games terribly and then blaming the game for him being bad at it. So he just like comes in and is like, this is bullcrap. What, the game is designed so terribly. Nintendo, get your stuff together, when he clearly is the one that just can't figure it out. It's just amazing. Just amazing. Okay, should we do this? Should we talk about this real quick? Yeah, I guess. Ooh, and we can talk about that. We should talk about that. Oh, and then talk about this. Oh, and talk about this. We have a lot of stuff to talk about. And this. Okay. Okay. We have a bunch of stuff to talk about. Okay. Let's do... Where's the first tab? Where did it go? I think we should discuss this first. Okay. So, new segment. I'm sorry, Jacob, if this is also shorter. It's just going to be a shorter segment. That's okay, though. We're just going to load up on segments and clips for while we're away over Christmas, so you guys still have clips to watch if you want to see those. But let's do it. Let's see. Oh yeah, Lucas, we can talk about that too. Okay. New segment. So, little update to the GTA 6 hacker situation happened. Ariane Kurtaj, the 18-year-old hacker who leaked clips of GTA 6, has been issued a lifetime hospital sentence. Now, I don't totally understand the nuance to this. My understanding is that he's in the UK, and so it sounds like they're being like he's being admitted to a secure hospital until doctors deem he's no longer a risk. It sounds like he's being basically committed. Whether it's a mental institution or whatever else, I'm not sure. But there's something where they feel that he is a danger to society, or maybe a menace to society. I don't know how they would phrase it in the UK. But so much so that they are going to be putting him into a hospital or mental institution indefinitely until doctors decide that he is healthy. Yeah, indefinite is almost like that. That's even weirder because it's like, yeah, they're just putting him away. I don't know if there's descriptions of him being like aggressive. They say doctors deemed Kurtaj unfit to stand trial due to his severe autism, so the jury was asked to determine whether or not he committed the alleged acts, not if he did so with criminal intent. A mental health assessment used as part of the sentencing hearings said that he continued to express the intent to return to cybercrime as soon as possible. He is highly motivated. And apparently, I mean, when he was out on whatever bail or bond or whatever they have there, he was doing stuff again. Like he was doing all sorts of stuff even while out and told explicitly not to be doing stuff, still hacking. So they go on. Let's see. The jury was told that while he was on bail for hacking NVIDIA and BT/EE and in police protection at a Travelodge hotel, he continued hacking and carried out his most infamous hack. Despite having his laptop confiscated, this is what's really crazy, Kurtaj managed to breach Rockstar, the company behind GTA, using an Amazon Fire Stick and his hotel TV and a mobile phone. What? Dude, with a hotel TV and Fire Stick, I can barely start a TV show on hotel Wi-Fi. I can barely do anything because it's always so crappy. How the hell is he hacking into Rockstar, a multi-billion-dollar game developer, just casually while he's in a hotel? Whatever. I don't understand. It's crazy. Like, they say he's severely autistic, but the dude is extremely capable. It's kind of horrifying how capable he is. Like, the dude's a wizard, an absolute wizard. Kurtage stole 90 clips of the unreleased and hugely anticipated GTA 6. He broke into the company's internal Slack messaging system to declare, quote, "If Rockstar does not contact me on Telegram within 24 hours, I will start releasing the source code." He then posted clips and source code on the forum under the username Teapot Uber Hacker. He was rearrested and detained until his trial. Earlier this month, the trailer for GTA 6 was released. In sentencing hearings, Kurtage's defense team argued that the source or success of the game's trailer indicated that the hack had not caused serious harm to the game developer and asked that this be factored into the sentencing, which to me, I don't see how that's really valid. It's like, but when he committed the crime had consequences at the time. You don't get to then retcon the severity of the crime based on how it happened to outcome. Again, I just don't see how that argument would hold up. But Her Honor Judge Lees said that there were real victims and real harm caused from his multiple hacks on individuals and the companies he attacked with Lapsus, which is apparently his little like hacking gang. Rockstar Games alone told the court that the hack cost it $5 million to recover from, plus thousands of hours of staff time. Another Lapsus member, who is 17 and cannot be named because of his age, was found guilty in the same trial, which lasted 6 weeks at the Southwark Crown Court. He worked with Kurtage and other members of Lapsus to hack tech giant Nvidia and phone company BTEE and steal data before demanding $4 million ransom, which was not paid. They also stole directly from individuals through their cryptocurrency wallets. The 17-year-old was sentenced to 18-month-long youth rehabilitation order, including intense supervision and a ban on using VPNs online. Makes sense. I'm honestly, actually, this is like straight up. We just went through the whole swatting thing. I'm surprised there aren't laws, especially in countries that are more aggressive with that type of thing, banning VPNs outright. Maybe there are that I haven't heard of, but it seems surprising to me that countries like, you know, England, for example, you guys have some pretty aggressive laws trying to protect public safety at the expense of liberties. At least that's what it seems like from my perspective in the States, and maybe that's incorrect, but that's at least what it seems like. And I'm surprised that like VPNs are still allowed. That's very surprising to me. Like, I would have thought that they would have locked it down. You're saying VPNs, I think VPNs are illegal in China. Yeah, like that wouldn't really surprise me. That wouldn't surprise me if they banned it, because there's real problems for like law enforcement where they are like, these people committed actual crimes and we just can't find it. We just can't find it because of like these problems. It's crazy. Like, so I'm surprised that VPNs are still like, it makes sense in the States because the United States are all about freedom, but overseas, I'm surprised that more countries haven't tried to ban them. I'm not saying they should. I'm just surprised that more countries haven't. As well as hacking offenses, the boy was sentenced for what the judge described as unpleasant and frightening pattern of stalking and harassment of 2 young women. Okay, so he's also a creep. He was also being a creep. I mean, imagine like these guys were using these tech abilities to hack into like Nvidia and Rockstar and all these huge companies. Imagine what they wanted, like what they could do if they wanted to hurt an individual. I can only imagine. Let's see. Kurtage and the 17-year-old are the first members of the Lapsus group to be convicted, but it is thought others are still at large. The game's audacious attacks in 2021 and 2022 shocked the cybersecurity world. The group from the UK and allegedly Brazil was described in court as digital bandits. The gang, thought to be mostly teenagers, used con man-like tactics and tricks, as well as computer hacking to gain access to multinational corporations such as Microsoft, the technology giant, and digital banking group Revolut. I don't know. I haven't heard of that. During their spree, the hackers regularly celebrated their crimes publicly and taunted the victims on social network app Telegram in English and Portuguese. It prompted U.S. cybersecurity or cyber authorities to issue a lengthy report into Lapsus and other teen hacker gangs. It concluded that Lapsus, quote, made clear just how easy it was for its members, juveniles in some instances, to infiltrate well-defended organizations, end quote. It is not clear how much money Lapsus has made from its cybercrimes. No companies publicly admitted paying the hackers, and the hackers did not provide passwords to seized cryptocurrency wallets. That's the thing, though, that's crazy, is that once these guys get out, if they have cryptocurrency wallets that they still own, Like, these guys could still be sitting on millions of dollars that once they get out, they can just use for whatever. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, they were actual net runners. Yeah, dude, for real. For real. No, this is not the guy that worked at Rockstar. No, that was apparently a guy that his dad actually did work at Rockstar, and then he dropped like a couple of pics of the game world before the trailer dropped. That was just honestly a kid that needs to be grounded into oblivion. But these are people that just remotely are able to access these companies somehow. It's crazy. This seems to be, let's see, threatening text messages. We are Lapsus. Remember our name. We have your user data. We have EE's, BT, and Orange. Source code. If EE pays us 4 million USD in XMR before the 20th of August, we will delete everything from our servers. Something, it looks like a crypto wallet ID. And they sent this to 26,000 customers. It's crazy. It's crazy. And they sending him off to like a mental institution or something. I guess under the point that he's severely autistic, they're saying. And I mean, I do think it's an interesting question. Like, are these cyber crimes a threat to public safety? So much so that like it would be equivalent to him being violent. And if he were violent, send him to the mental institution. But in this case, it doesn't seem like he's violent. He's just apparently very capable and willing, and he's expressing an intense interest in going and committing further cyber crimes, leaking personal information, holding it ransom, you know. So he might not be violent, but he definitely is a risk to public safety, privacy, and all of that. So it's very interesting. Very, very interesting. If this was in the United States, I don't think he would be sent off to an institution or committed. I think it's very likely that he would just be released and it would just happen again until they could charge him with something more firm. But it's crazy. It's crazy. And I mean, you pair with this some of the other reveals that have happened in recent months or recent days, actually, where, let me see if I can find it. No, I think I just here. Yeah, people who downloaded those Insomniac leaks are starting to get notifications from their ISPs that they've detected that they are using their internet service to download these problematic files that Sony Group Corporation has flagged. And so guess what? They can tell. They can tell if you download these things, okay? They can tell. So don't think that you're so smart that you can get away with it, because if Sony wants to then come at you or file charges or anything, they can do that. They're very, very capable. And if you're dumb enough to like download this and then try to like stream it, I saw one person on Kick, apparently, a shocker, it's on Kick, but somebody on Kick had downloaded this and was trying to play the build that leaked publicly and stream it. Dude, you're done. You're done. Yeah, VPNs, people. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing where it's like, yeah, if you have a high quality VPN, then you're probably not dealing with that. Just saying. But yeah, again, another reason why I'm kind of surprised that those are still available so widespread. You know, I think that's probably going to be a push in the next 10 years. Just buckle up in the US. I think once you get some more young and non-ancient leaders and lawmakers in office that know what VPNs are, first of all, you're probably going to see some laws attempted to be passed that like ban VPNs, that ban ad blockers. You're going to see stuff like that start to come in the States, because it's only a matter of time before that stuff starts to come. I'm honestly shocked that they haven't, like, Google hasn't lobbied to try and get ad blockers banned. Because that seems, you know, they could be like, well, it harms the economy when you do that, and so we gotta ban those things. I'm surprised it hasn't happened already. Just wait, it will. Just wait. Just you wait. Let's see. Imperium's link. Hold on. Where's Imperium's link? Also, by the way, thank you, nobody. Oh, 32 months support. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Thank you, my friend. Corinthians, Australia, thank you for the bits. Patrolling the Mojave makes you wish that a settlement needs your help. I'll mark it in the Cloud District. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. And Sigich, thank you also for subbing with tier 1 on Twitch. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Bing bang, you look like you buy Lululemon clothes. That's fantastic. what I'm assuming that's an insult. What an insult. That's great. You look like you buy Lululemon clothes. How dare you? How dare the gall. Unbelievable. That's funny. They can't ban or ad blockers. EU will never allow it. Yeah, the EU, surprisingly, like it seems like the EU for a while was really aggressive with siding with some of these big companies, and then they've kind of flipped, and now they're the only ones that are like pimp slapping some of these big tech companies into behaving, which is just interesting. Like I wouldn't have thought it. Let's see. I'm not seeing Imperium's link. Is it just not showing up on my screen? That's weird. Yeah, I'm wearing my Lulu leggings. Yeah, right now. No, these pants are actually the only remaining pair of these Vuori like stretchy meta pants I got. I got them like 2.5, 3 years ago. And all the other ones have just slowly like worn down and fallen apart. But they don't make these pants anymore, unfortunately. The fabric's super soft and stretchy. And my favorite part is that they have this like side pocket right there for your wallet to go into along the side of your thigh, and it zips closed so it's extra secure. I love these pants, and they don't make them anymore. They don't. I've tried to find them like secondhand or them from like a mom and pop shop that has them in stock and just hasn't sold them, but I can't find them anywhere. I love the pants. I love the pants, but yeah. Yeah. What are you going to do? But yeah, today is a Vuori day. Today is a Vuori day, not a Lulu day. But maybe we'll have a Lulu day soon enough. Maybe we'll do that. Okay, Imperium just sent this. Actual footage of the Fire Stick hack.
No way. I'm getting hacked.
A port scan?
No, this is major. They've already burned through the NCIS public firewall.
Well, isolate the node and dump them on the other side of the router.
I'm trying. It's moving too fast.
Oh, this is not good. They're using our connection to the APHIS database. Sever it.
I can't. It's a point attack. He or she is only going after my machine.
It's not possible. This is DoD level 9 encryption. It would take months to get built. Hey, what is that, video game?
No, Tony, we're getting hacked.
They get into Abby's computer. The entire NCIS network is next.
I can't stop him. Do something, McGee.
I've never seen code like this. Ah, where'd it go, Abby?
I didn't do anything. I thought you did.
No. I did.
Problem solved. I love that they just casually start typing together as if that's how this works.
Moving too fast.
Like, look, he starts typing on the left side of the keyboard. She types on the right side of the keyboard. Like, what? It's one of those things where it's like, tell me that the director is like an 80-year-old man who has never typed on a keyboard before, because it makes absolutely no sense at all. Oh, we're being hacked. For one, why are you just like, it's like the faster you type, the faster you can stop the hack. How does that make sense? And then also like, oh yeah, I'll take QAZWSX EDC RFV T, G, and B, and then you can have YHN UJM IK, comma, OL, period, P, colon, and question mark. And we'll just both type like that. It's like, oh yes, we'll put up a real fight that way. I'll tell you what, man, those early like 2000s, late 90s hacker things are always so funny. Just like laughable. Oh no. Oh no. Warning, heads up. Oh, I shouldn't have played that. We've detected video in your stream belonging to someone else. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. If you plan to continue, please ensure that the content owner has added your channel to their allow list. So if the stream goes down, that's why, because we played a copyrighted clip. Oops. Oops. That apparently is a copyrighted thing. What's it from? What's it from? I don't even know. Okay, the warning went away, so maybe we're okay. Imperium, what did you do? Someone time out Imperium 10 minutes. Banned. Nobody truly owns NCIS though. The people own NCIS. I'll tell them that in my counterclaim. When they're like, we had to issue a copyright strike. I'm like, no, the people own NCIS. We, the people, own it. That's fantastic. Oh, man. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay. Enough NCIS. We'll be okay. We can pivot off of that. Oh, yeah, dude, look, this is how you don't play Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. It's 7 hours long. I don't even think he finished it. Did he finish it? The following video contains excessive excuses, whining, and a lack of critical thinking. Viewer discretion is heavily advised. Like, you can just cut to pretty much any segment in the game, and it's just a grown man having no idea how to do anything. It's just shocking. Like, it honestly makes me wonder, we just watched that bit. It honestly makes me wonder, like, how he's gotten this far in life. It's amazing. Like, it's just stunning. It's stunning. Yeah, if you ever want prime cringe content, that's a great place to get it. Let's see. Where are we? Okay. He'll come with his sunglasses and take it off in every other shot. Just type faster and keep. Oh yeah, sorry. We're being copyright claimed, guys. I need somebody else to come in and type. Here, I'll swap. We'll type like this. We're being hacked. We're being copyright claimed. Somebody do something. Okay. This was just cool. I don't think we'll do a whole segment on it just because I know the community for Red Faction is not super huge, but apparently some concept art for the potential sequel leaked and has come out. It wasn't leaked, it was like revealed because the company's now gone, but it's interesting. In 2012, the series publisher THQ filed for bankruptcy, leaving the rights to the franchise floating in the open. In 2013, the license for it was acquired by Nordic Games, now THQ Nordic, but the series sat silent until 2020 when Koch Media picked up the license, bringing it full circle back to Volition, which Volition now is dead because of the reboot of Saints Row being so terribly received. So in August of 23, Volition was shut down. So now Red Faction is owned by PlayOn, which is the parent company of that. So it's just bounced all over the place. But some interesting concept art was uploaded to ArtStation showcasing what's believed to be the long-lost sequel to Red Faction Armageddon, or Guerrilla, the third installment in the franchise that was released back in 2009. And what they show are just some of these little clips of like fighting big mechs and stuff. It's very interesting. They have this little tidbit here. It seems like they were going much more Halo than anything else. Like they were focused on big crowds and stuff. That was at least the concept. And it was all about the revolution, and that's kind of returning to their roots. I think it could have been interesting. Red Faction was always really cool because of the destructible environments. That's what it was really, really good at. Like Red Faction destruction. Best ever 4 years ago. So like
it doesn't look like much.
This was like the original game, and then they show. I just want like a clip of stuff blowing up. So like you could just take your truck and drive into buildings like right here and just plow through it, and then the whole thing collapses, which is super cool. Or like here you have a bunch of explosive charges planted. You pop them, and then the whole building collapses. This was one of the things that Red Faction was able to do that was really cool, really unique, and offered some cool gameplay effects too. Like if you wanted to take down a base, you could just literally take down the base, actually demolish it.
Wyatt Rippey
Which is super
donated
cool.
$5 through Super Chat. Merry Christmas, Luke.
Merry Christmas.
Use this $5 to put into your account to pay me back if GTA V ends up failing.
Okay, I can do that. I can do it. We'll put it in a escrow account and we'll just hold it. Yeah, you never know. In case you win that bet. But thank you. Merry Christmas, my friend. Merry Christmas. But like this is what Red Faction was known for. It was really, really good at it. Honestly, it was at the top of its game in this way for destructible environments, and it's not something that any other big franchise has really tried. The Finals just came out and is like a competitive shooter, like whatever you call it, co-op, team-based, whatever. Almost like extraction shooter for most of the game modes, but they came along. They're doing destructible environments again, but most big studios have kind of walked away from it. I find this stuff way cooler though, and way more fun than you adding ray tracing or cranking like the game to 60 FPS. I'd rather have fully destructible environments and stuff than that. As long as it's a third person game like this. Oh, I remember blowing up this bridge. I remember this. Doing this exact thing. So you just see a big bridge, you take out the support struts, and then the whole thing will collapse once the weight becomes too much to bear. There it goes, starts to collapse. And it's just dropping slowly. Isn't that cool? It's just cool. It's just fun. Like that was one of those games that I spent so much time just breaking stuff. Like not even playing the game, just like going around breaking stuff. But it's because it was just fun. It's just fun. But that's a franchise, unfortunately, that's just in a tough spot because there's not much that they can do. Like the original studio's gone. So who do you have develop it? That's a huge question. I doubt the tech is really still available. So I don't think that is really that viable. It's just in a really, really rough spot because the parent company owns the license, but all of the tech, the devs, the original team, all of that's gone. And so like, what do you do? What do you do? It just doesn't make sense. It's unfortunate because it was a cool franchise. Red Faction Armageddon was not very well received because it just doubled down on all the stuff that it didn't do well, and it just wasn't very good. Guerrilla was the last one that really was successful, and the rest is history. This is a cool thing though. Look at this. Somebody, I guess I should describe what this is though. So tilt shift. Sorry, Jacob. New segment. So tilt shifting is a very interesting photographical technique. Okay, it's very, very strange. Basically what it does is it shifts the lens within the camera, and so it changes the plane of depth of field. So when you look at an image, it makes it look almost miniature. It's very, very hard to describe until you see it. Like if I do open image in new tab, like here, this is what a tilt shift lens will do to an actual aerial shot of a neighborhood. It almost makes it look like it's like teeny tiny, right? Because it greatly, I guess, increases the potency of depth of field. And it's just a really cool effect that some of these tilt shift lenses can have to create very, very unique looking images. And you can see here with like the double-decker buses, and it just makes it look like you're taking a picture of a bunch of little tiny little models, even though this is full size in the real world. So it's super, super cool. Makes it look like a diorama. Exactly. So somebody went in this case, Flirta went into Cyberpunk 2077 and added the same effects and shifted it all around so that they'd move the camera angle, they added the tilt shift effect, and then just let the game run. And it actually looks really, really good. It looks like if, you know, like a Larian cyberpunk game, you know, with the top-down isometric look. I guess not technically speaking isometric, but it looks really good, doesn't it? Isn't that crazy? That's crazy. Looks like Lego. Yeah, they're doing like a weird frame rate stop motion thing. I don't know why. Like they're doing a sped up, but also locking the frame rate down. It's kind of weird, but it's cool. It's cool. I actually really like the look of it. You're right here. You can see it going. Because technically all they did is they just lifted the camera up in free cam. And if you just did that, it wouldn't look very cool or different. It would just be like, okay, yeah, you're just looking down on the city. But once you add the tilt shift lens effect, it totally changes it. And it looks really, really cool. I think this looks super cool. But this is why you should also appreciate those games like Baldur's Gate 3 that do the top-down camera angle, because they're still doing all the work of like a first-person or third-person game. They're just taking a different perspective for narrative reasons or for gameplay reasons, because that's how the combat works, whatever else. So they're still doing all the work that a game like Cyberpunk is doing, because you can tell Cyberpunk looks very similar once this kind of different art style and lens approach has been taken. But it looks damn good. Looks damn good. It's one of those things that made me think, oh, well, you know what? If Larian went off and did like their own Cyberpunk game with like the depth of Baldur's Gate 3, but in a Cyberpunk world that looks like this, I'd be about it. I'd be interested. I'd be down. And with mods, you can play Baldur's Gate 3 in third person. Yeah. Oh, the classic shot. The classic shot. But yeah, man, it really goes to show you how much of an impact just a camera angle and then the lens choice can have. Just how different the game looks and feels just because they're using a different lens on the camera effectively. I know it's in a game engine, so it's not like actually swapping out lenses, but that's why all of these little artistic choices really, really do matter. Even in this studio space, for my studio, I swap through lenses a lot, trying to fine tune what I like, what I don't, what I want to change, what I don't want to change. And it's like a pretty involved process, because just a lens change can totally alter the look of a setup. It's crazy. It's crazy. So I thought that was really interesting, really cool. Something that I hadn't seen before, but it looks really, really cool. And I wanted to share with you because it's, I think, just a cool look. So shout out to Florida for putting that together. I think it's super awesome. Kind of cool. Looks like Disco Elysium. Yeah, kinda. Okay, should we... Oh, this, I gotta touch on this just because this is crazy. You guys know, sorry, Jacob, new segment. You guys know that one of my, dare I say, catchphrases in recent memory has been, hype makes you stupid. And I don't mean that it makes your IQ actually drop. All I'm saying is that it makes you put like rose tinted glasses on and you stop seeing like warning signs, and then you also start to see things that aren't there. You start to read into things that aren't there because you think you're seeing patterns in the redness of everything, when in reality, it's just the rose tinted glasses altering your perspective. And in this case, this is like another level of just ridiculousness. So as Painkiller H20 on Twitter posted, so some people are using the bullet holes in the car from the GTA 6 official artwork to go to a dictionary or a spreadsheet of what this looks like in Braille to try and figure out what it means. And so they say this says that the next trailer will be in September of 24. I hope that it's fake because that's way too long for a second trailer. Hopefully we get the next trailer in April. Look at this. So they find the one hole, and then they find one dot, and they say, oh, that means one. Okay, we're going to go through the problems with this in just a second. But one. Okay, the second one. Black. Okay, so even though they're off angle, we're going to say that that means more, because apparently that means more. So we're going to say that that means more. So one more, and then the sort of teal box, we're going to say that that's 9, even though that's really far apart. We're going to say that that's 9. So one more 9. Which I guess means one more in the 9th month. Therefore, September. So one more in September. Even though it doesn't say that, you're saying one more 9 is what it, like, this is what I mean when you're really hyped for something, it turns you into a psychopath. It turns you into somebody who's straight up psychotic, seeing patterns that aren't there. What's the problem with this? Well, the red one, it's just a single dot. So let's say it actually is a message in Braille. Why is it 1 and not A? They're the same thing. Why is it 1 and not A? A more 9. Why? Because you're trying to find the pattern. You're trying to do it. Or also, to me, it doesn't even look like it's in the top left of this little setup. If you're imagining like lines or a grid, like here, I can even do this. You know what we have to do. You know what we have to do. MS Paint all the way. So if we do this, okay, like if you're trying to imagine a grid, like drawn from here to here, and it's like, it has to be a 3-level grid or 3-layer one, because there's 3 layers to each of the Braille things you're putting out. So like, where are things lining up? If you're saying that these are all on the top, it has to go through all 3. So it has to be like that. And then they said that the black one, this dot's on the bottom. So you have to say that that's on the bottom too. And then there's a middle like fret that goes through that one. So you're saying that this is in the top left, but it also could be A. It also, to me, looks like it could be, where did it go? Like EA in the middle, because this also hangs a little low. And you could easily draw this top line as like this, and then say that this is in the middle. So it could be EA, in which case EA more 9. Didn't think about that, did you? Didn't think about that, did you? It's yeah more 9. Yeah more 9. So, okay. This one, already we're saying this doesn't really make sense. It could be A, it could be 1, it could be EA, it's in the game. It could be any of these, okay? But let's move on to the second letter, allegedly, which is like 2 angled dots and then a bottom one. They're saying this means more, which I don't know how you say that that's more, because they're not on the same level. So to me, it seems like if it was any of these, it would be one that goes like boop, 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 right? Like that's what it seems like to me. Are there any in here that look like that? I don't even know. Oh, right here. So this looks like so to me. Okay. So re mi do fa la ti do, whatever. I don't remember how it goes. So that's what it looks like to me. In which case it's A or 1 or EA. So, and then this one they're saying is 9. It could also be the letter I. So if we're saying that, this one is either the number 9 or the letter I. So it means A so 9, A so I, 1 so 9, 1 so I, or EA so I, or EA so 9. Does anybody else think that this is the most batshit insane thing they've ever heard in their life? This is madness. This is madness. No rational human being should look at this and be like, okay, so looking at this, the A, the 1, the EA, the so, the 9, and the I. My God, we're getting another trailer in September of 2024. You should, if you think that, We got a problem, okay? We got a problem. Like, I don't know what to even say. Like, and there's people, I know this initial person that tweeted this out is like, some people are claiming this, but like, you gotta believe a part of them is like, maybe, just maybe. But there are people that unironically think that this is what it is. There's somebody that went in and pulled the list of Braille characters and then spent time going through trying to match them up and then trying to rework it into a pattern that they could use to come to a conclusion. It's the same exact thing as like the numerology guys who go and are like, oh, well, in the, oh, I wonder if I can actually find it, because this will be really funny if I can find it. It's like, what was it? Dude, I found it. Theomatics, biblecode.com. Did God really write the Bible? Spinning. This is like the most 90s thing I've ever seen. Theomatics, numerical structure. So like, look at this. This person has gone in and like tied different numbers to different letters, to different like individual letters count for different numbers, and then they go in and add different numbers, and then they'll go through and they'll change like different verses and then add those numbers together, and then sometimes they divide the numbers by different numbers to get different like totals. So like the serpent of old called, so they take the number 360 multiplied by 11, so 180 times 22. The devil and Satan. Then we'll come back to that later in more detail and examine this verse from Revelation. Then they go through and they multiply all of these numbers together, and these numbers together, and these numbers together, and these numbers together, and they go through all of this. So you see, it's just they're counting stuff and multiplying stuff together, and then sometimes they add it together, but then they multiply it, and other times they go through all of this stuff. And bear in mind, this person claims that this is hard, conclusive proof that all of this is totally infallible. And it's like the last hurrah with this pattern. There's one passage in Revelation that contains a feature of unmistakable significance. There are a few words in the New Testament Greek that have tiny numerical values in the single digits or in the teens, only a scant handful. They're extremely rare. And they just showed this as known servants of Satan, 180 times 11, and then the depths is 18. And this, to this person, they're saying that this is like conclusive proof that it's divine. It's the same crap that's happening here. Like, people want to see patterns to justify what they already think so badly that they'll do insane stuff like this. They really want to believe that a trailer is coming soon and that they've cracked some magical GTA code, that they'll start to go and dig and dig and dig and then twist it. And even if you believe everything that this person has concluded, which already we've shown you can't, like 1, it could also be A. 9 could also be I. Like, none of this actually works. More could easily be so. Like, none of this actually is conclusive. But even if you go and grant them that and say, okay, yeah, it is 1 9 more. How do you conclude from that therefore there's another trailer dropping in September? It doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't make any sense. Was that a knock at the door? Or am I hearing things? I'm hearing things. I'm actually going crazy. No, it was a knock. Hello? Hi, buddy. I was like, I'm actually going crazy. I'm actually going crazy. Hey, dude. How are you? Do you want to say hi? Say hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Get the bean on top. It's just.
Oh, the bean melted. Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
How are you? Yeah, you're good. Do you have anything you want to tell everybody?
Everybody. I said this.
Well put.
Sing your fish song.
Oh, you sing your fish song?
Down.
No, too nervous. Too nervous.
Or he fell asleep in the car and he looked like a baby Lachlan. I was just looking at 2 babies that look identical.
Aw. Hey, dude. Hey, dudes. You guys having a good day?
No. We're having a good day.
Good.
We got that charcuterie.
Oh, you did? Is it a lot?
It's less than I thought. It's cute. It's really cool looking. But when you think of like feeding a lot of people. It doesn't look like it would feed a lot of people.
Yeah, they said 10 to 15 is what it should be.
Yeah, it doesn't, yeah. It fits in our fridge.
Okay, good.
On a shelf.
Okay. I'll take it. We have like a little get together tonight, so we got a charcuterie board.
A charcuterie.
Yeah, Nikki's sister always mispronounces it, and it's like charcuterie.
A charcuterie? A charcuterie? That one was my favorite when she said charcuterie.
Charcuterie. Oh, you see the Legos?
Okay, Lucky,
He's so ready to build Legos. He's so ready. I think he's getting close. We'll build one soon.
Alright, we gotta let Daddy do his work, Bubs.
I love you.
Oh, okay. A boat mysteriously ended up in the Hogwarts Great Hall.
Yes.
Okay. Ready?
Okay, dude, I'll see you in a bit, okay?
We're gonna go eat some lunch. Ready?
Ooh, lunch. Enjoy your lunch. Eat it up. Bye. Bye. I'll see you in a little bit, okay?
Worry's not having it today.
Yeah.
No way, guys. Alright, let's go eat some lunch.
Bye-bye. See you later. Oh, they're so cute. He's got to help you with Gringotts. He did help me make one of the little free kits that came with it in the box. And he did a very good job. Like, he just didn't understand why we had to build it and then leave it built. Like, he was like, no, we build stuff and then we destroy it. That's why we do it. Like, what are you doing? You're doing the train, but you don't have the bank. Oh, we got both. We got the train and the bank. We just haven't built either. Part of it is that there haven't been a lot of things for us to like watch and react to. It's always insane psychopathic stuff like this. So it's much more hands-on. I can't really like just hit play and then build while we're doing it, but we'll have to figure it out. I agree, Venom. I'm very, very fortunate. Very, very fortunate. I'm very thankful. So yeah, never escapes me. No, you have the bank to do. It's specific for that's the thing though, is we did a poll on stream last week or earlier this week. I don't remember when it was, but we did a poll and all of you guys voted and the Hogwarts Express won the poll. So I have to abide by the rules of the internet and follow that. Put DSP on in the background. I don't know if you guys have the strength for that. I mean, I guess we could, but it would be a little bit different. I guess it would just be holiday fun, so it doesn't really matter. Jacob's gonna have fun cutting this one together because when I saw this, I was like, okay, this is actually insane. This is like those old videos. I wonder if I can find like an old school one. Fallout 4 map leak or something. It was like years ago. Years and years ago. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know. There was a leak years ago, where somebody like had a t-shirt. It's like Fallout 4 t-shirt, maybe 9 years ago, and I was with her a t-shirt. Was it this? Like, look at this. Like when you're this hyped for something, and granted, this is 9 years ago. Maddie was like 14 or something, so it's not a great example. But like Maddie is not this person anymore. But like I remember watching this video when it came out back in like 2014. And it's just crazy.
It is Matty here today bringing you another Fallout 4 news update, my second video of the day. Now before anything, be sure to check out the link in the description of my previous video that is discussing alternate announcement possibilities for Fallout 4. It's basically the Where We Go From Here series I do if a predicted announcement date doesn't happen just beforehand, because as you all know, going to San Francisco, said it a million times. And speaking of that, I shouldn't be making a video right now. I need sleep, but there's stuff going on in the Fallout community and your boy is here. So let's get into this. It's kind of a
I remember this was like a meta in 2014-15 where YouTubers would just start with like 10% of the video was just kind of rambling about unrelated stuff. And then we all kind of realized, actually, if you want people to like watch the whole video, you just have to kind of get into it. Because I used to do this where it would be like, okay, the video starts. And then it's just 10 minutes of me being like, thanks for clicking on the video, guys. You know, I've been really sleepy recently. I've been trying to think of videos to make, and making videos is just, you know, really time consuming. And I'm just glad you guys are clicking on the videos even. And it's like, what are you talking about? Luke, stop. You know, it's like, stop talking. Just get into the thing. And this is really meta because in the live stream clip of this could be the intro that's really, really long. Pretty meta, right? Actually, Jacob, I think you should attach this to the end of that GTA 6 thing. So it'll all be part of one big video. But this could have been a very long, uncomfortable intro very easily. Real meta.
Conception, but it's also very curious. So on my Facebook fan page, I posted a t-shirt because the amount of convenience in this moment is just unreal, as there is a Great War t-shirt as you see here, and I just felt that was way too convenient. I was like, no way. A few keen eyes picked out something though when they went ahead onto Bethesda's site and looked at the shirt itself. And that's this, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, of course, I mean, this seems ridiculous because we know the game was announced in 2015 at E3, and I guess it was technically announced, I think, just before that with the trailer. But it was officially unveiled at E3 2015, and then it was released later that year.
10/23/2014. What could that date possibly mean? Well, it's the day of the Great War, but not the year. It would make a lot more sense if it was in 2077, would it not? So a lot of people are thinking that the 10/23/2014 on the back of the shirt is symbolizing a confirmed Fallout 4 announcement day, or that it's a very special thing. But like I said, it's unfortunately most likely a misconception, and I don't believe that this shirt really symbolizes all of anything.
Maddie coming in and talking sense. It's my boy. Smacking down some of these crazies. It's just, I think that this is such a... It's a very common thing for people to want to see patterns in anything and everything that they look at, especially if it's going to affirm something they're already really excited about. And it's a human instinct. We do it all the time with everything, with absolutely everything. If you have a sports team that you love and then there's a bad referee call or there's a call that you don't like, well, it's corrupt. It's the referees are trying to screw over the game, or they've been paid off by the NFL to make this team look bad because this other team's more profitable and sells more merchandise. So it's all part of a grand conspiracy. It's like, no. It's possible that maybe the call was fair and you just don't like it. Or it's also possible the referee did just honestly screw up. And it wasn't part of some grand conspiracy. I know that's shocking, but sometimes it's not part of a grand conspiracy. Or like with these video game leaks, everybody always thinks that every studio is Kojima and is playing like 4D chess and is trying to show stuff off really, really early on. But probably the best example of this was that Abandoned game. Oh man, this thing was crazy. Where like this trailer drops and it gives us absolutely no information.
To all of us.
It's captured on PS5. And it looks like absolute garbage. Like this looks like free assets. Like there's nothing unique here. It's running at 20 FPS. It just looks horrible. Every part of it. And yet people are looking at this and being like, oh, well, clearly this is a Kojima game. This is the next Silent Hill, but it's been hidden within this game. And it's called Abandoned because he had to abandon the project initially, and it's been reworked, and now this is going to be revealed to actually be the real game in its final form. And again, it's just like random little segments of like trees growing out of rocks. And then this, people took this. This is next level craziness, okay? It's very similar. So, I guess we should do window. Okay. And I think we have to hold on. Oh my god. There we go. MS Paint. So like this, what they did is they went in here and they were like, okay, there are letters on the wall. There's a K, an I, an L, T, H, E. Just write
Odin
it out.
Arrow 28 donated $4.99 through Super Chat. How
Thank
much
you.
wood, Sue? Sorry, Jacob. New segment. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
That's awesome. that's fine. How much wood? Sorry, Jacob. New segment. We need a new segment emote for the chat. We got to do that. Ow. Sorry, I had to lick the chocolate. Sorry you had to see that. Sorry you had to see me like that. I'm so sorry. Yeah, every time we do a news segment, everybody has to type it. Well, this we can also attach onto the end of the GTA thing. We'll just stitch them all together because it's all in the theme of hype making you a crazy person. So this is all the text that's on the wall. So what did these people do? Well, they said, look, there's a tree that's growing up through the letters. And what letters is it growing through? The T and the P. PT. I know it could be TP, so it's a game about toilet paper, but no, it's actually PT. So it's actually PT, which was the Silent Hills playable teaser that Kojima did. So this is just going to be the sequel to PT, which is actually the true Silent Hills game. It's Kojima. Boom. Or they put kill the trespassers and then just stuck a tree in front of it. Maybe that's what it is. I don't like, what are we doing? It doesn't make any damn sense at all. But this is what people do when they really want something to be true. They really want Kojima to be making this game secretly. And people love above all else. They love to feel smart, and they love to feel as though they have privileged knowledge that they've acquired by being resourceful. And in this case, the people that did this were like, I've cracked the code. I've cracked the code. It's like what was that movie with Tom Hanks, like Da Vinci Code? It was like a book too. It's all that. The secret is BitConnect. Exactly. BitConnect. It's madness. Like, it's actual madness. And the unfortunate thing is that yeah, but how much wood though, Luke? Yeah, Odin, I'm sorry, I just didn't answer the question. Not enough wood, that's how much. But like, people that are really into this kind of thing, they tend to go onto forums. They go into deep communities where everybody is doing this. And they spin their wheels and they hype themselves up and they like buy into all these crazy conspiracies with all of this. And it just turns into utter madness. And it doesn't help anybody to pretend as though this is super valid or that this is not totally crazy. Same with that like Bible code thing I pulled up, where it's like, the Bible could absolutely be factually true. Everything in it is the word of God, all of that. That's great. But to like arbitrarily multiply numbers together based on the number of letters or the type of letter that's in a certain word based on this translation of the text, and then multiply it together, divide it, and then just say, see, it's divine because the number is smaller than these other numbers. That is not helping anybody. And that's you're wasting so much time and effort doing all of this. It's just not useful. And it's pattern seeking. It's just pattern seeking. It's like when Cartman is trying to figure out who actually caused 9/11. And he's like, 9/11. 9, 1, 1. You add 1 and 1, it makes 2. You add 2 to 9, you get 11. 9/11. It's all part of the conspiracy. Like, yeah, you're just adding stuff together. It doesn't make any sense at all. You're just, what are we doing? What are we doing? It's Kyle. I can't believe I hadn't seen it before. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. So with all this, I think it's just very important to not tolerate the craziness. It's fun to have fun with like speculation and stuff, but this stuff is on another level. When you're like pulling up Braille guidelines on how to spell with it, and you're trying to see patterns in bullet holes, and even though it could be something totally different because it, by your own admission, could be A, it could be like this case right here, it could have been like plus or like asterisk or any of these other letters, or like non-Latin over here. For this dot, it could easily have been non-Latin right here, or capital or ascend or any of these other symbols that it could have fit into. But they circled these because they wanted to come to the conclusion that it said one more 9 for September. And if it had been another number, they would have said that. So it's not helpful. It's wasting people's time. And I think it's unfortunate that some people will spend so much time wasting and doing all of this. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. And I don't think it should be rewarded by being taken seriously. Which most people, to be fair, were not taking this seriously. Most people were like, are you serious? Are you being real? Like, this is ridiculous. So most people were not buying that, but some were, and that's concerning. That's unfortunate. Yeah, yes, let's leave a puzzle for people to figure out the release date, but only for blind people. They'll never figure it out because they can't see the thing. Exactly. It just, no part of it makes any sense at all. I will say though, my dream is to one day have FU money, just enough money that I can do whatever I want. And one of the things I want to do is make a game, make a game dev studio and do stuff. And when I do that, my commitment to you is that I will announce things in totally insane, bafflingly stupid ways, just like this. I actually will go and put like bullet holes in the side of a car that spell out in Braille secret messages and stuff. But I'll like troll people and I'll go like, in Braille, this is not a Braille message, and I'll spell it out like that on the side of the car and just freak people out. Totally gonna do it. Totally gonna do it. Or like I'll put a Steam key for early access for the game in like branches on the ground, so if somebody sees it in the trailer, they can play the game early that way. I'm gonna do all sorts of totally insane stuff like that because I find it really funny. Because it'll be real. You know, it'll be actually real. It's gonna be so funny. Oh man. Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. Okay, we should pull this up. This is wild. Let's see. Luke, Lucia has 8 fingers and 2 thumbs. If you add that up, it's 10. GTA 6 confirmed in 10 months. Oh my God. What about the toes? You didn't count the toes, man. You got to count all the phalanges. Okay. This is actually crazy. This just dropped on Insider Gaming. Tencent loses $54 billion, I'm assuming in market cap, as China airs new online gaming rules. In recent hours, some of the biggest gaming corporations in China suffered from sizable tumbles in their shares as the National Press and Publication Administration published a draft of guidelines aimed at clamping down on spending in online games. Uh-oh. That's bad for Tencent. They need that money too. They really need that money. That's crazy. This action saw Tencent's share value plummet around 16%, with a loss of $54 billion, while NetEase's value collapsed by almost 30%. That's crazy. These new guidelines are directed at the rampant issues concerning spending exorbitant amounts of money in online games that are bursting at the seams with microtransactions. It's no big secret that China is a huge contributor to the free-to-play, pay-to-win market of games, which are typically costless to get into, but offer microtransactions to all users that are far too accessible and addictive. In the new guidelines, it was stressing that, number one, online games must set spending limits. Online games must ban daily login rewards. Players who stream their games must not be able to receive large tips. Interesting. Probability-based luck draws must not be offered. Online game approvals must be processed by regulators within 60 days. As time goes on, the financial side of gaming is becoming under increasing scrutiny, from the cost of games to unfair acquisitions and from microtransactions to loot boxes. It seems there are new scandalous topics to discuss with each passing day, with many of these topics ultimately growing long in the tooth and hanging around for far too long. That's crazy though, dude. They're passing laws and regulations specifically that limit spending in their games. So you can't just spend thousands and thousands. They'll set like a max spending limit on the game, so you can't spend over a certain dollar amount. I wonder if this is over a period of time, like you can't spend more than $500 a day, or if it's you can't spend more than $500 total in the game. So you can never spend more than that. Watch out, DSP. Oh man, how topical. Online games must ban daily login rewards. That's like every mobile game has daily login rewards. That's wild. I'm also curious, is this like just for China, or are they saying if you're based in China, your product can't have this? I don't know. Because that would be very interesting. If it was like you're a Chinese developer, so your game, because it's being made and released and produced in China, you have to abide by these rules, otherwise you face all these penalties. Or if they're still allowed to have all this stuff, even though they're based in China, if they're allowed to have it in other countries. My question would be, okay, so what would happen if they were to like make another company based in the US and then that company publishes the game in the US? Are they still under regulatory limits in China, facing fees in China, even though it's a separate legal entity? I think they could say, well, it's owned by the same parent company, so the same parent company is subject to the same laws. But I guess this is just lacking specificity. But that's a big deal. I mean, if they're losing 16% of their market cap and then 30% from NetEase, clearly investors in China are very worried about the impact this could actually have. That's crazy. That's horrifying. Can we have this everywhere? I know, right? I know, right? It's yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's the thing though, is like, I think it wasn't it China that also banned the maximum amount of time for people under 18 to spend scrolling on TikTok? They like capped it. Like China they are actually apparently very cognizant of things that might be bad for like the long-term health of their country. So like they don't want everybody just trying to be a streamer. They want people to be like engineers and really useful stuff. So they work very hard in preserving that. And then other things like this, where they're trying to limit and cap spending on mobile games, which I think in the US, we could absolutely use regulators coming in and capping spending on mobile games, because there's no constructive thing to it. Like, it doesn't give the society any benefit. It's purely a waste. Like, it's purely wasteful. It doesn't make any sense to open it. Like, you can say, well, it's all about my freedom. The beautiful thing about America is that if you want to spend 10 hours a day scrolling TikTok, you can. I understand that. But I think also, like, for kids, there is absolutely no benefit. You could say, like, well, hopefully the parents would step in and prevent this from being a thing, and they'd like put limits on what their kids are able to do on TikTok. But let's be real, they're not going to do that. I don't know. Yeah, regulating in the USA. If it's not books in schools, good luck. Yeah, apparently they just banned like 600 something books in Florida in schools. They had to take them all out of libraries. And they also banned like the color purple. It can't be displayed in various classrooms because it's associated with like trans activism or something like that. Florida's crazy, man. Florida is something else. Okay. This is random. Microsoft just paid $76 million for a Wisconsin pumpkin farm. The software giant plans to use the land to build a multi-building data center. They just bought a pumpkin farm. I guess it was a good location. Apparently a big thing with data centers is being close to running water. Apparently that's a big thing because it can be used for cooling, because the data centers are so hot. They generate so much heat because of all the energy used that they need cooling solutions that are pretty robust. And so building close to like natural spring water or rivers and stuff is actually pretty common, apparently. So, yeah. Oh, speaking of Florida, what about the Joker? Apparently he's like trying to sue them for using his likeness. I think it's pretty clear they're using his likeness, but the likeness was popularized through court cameras, which are all public domain, and their version of him is not just a carbon copy. It's an interpretation of his look. There's no way he would win that in court. And maybe this is like, maybe this is judgmental of me, but based on his appearance, I would not guess that he has a lot of money for lawyers. So I think that they are going to probably have better lawyers and probably win. So I don't know. And like, nobody is really that interested. It's not like anybody's really rooting for him. They're like, yeah, okay, dude, like, it looks kind of like you. They probably were inspired by you. That doesn't mean that you deserve $2 million. Like, I'm sorry. It's not what it means. Yeah, Lindsay Lohan definitely had a better argument than him. Yeah, I think so too. So I don't think anybody really cares. Yeah, well, and I mean, if you're like, hey, this is using my likeness, there's a question of, okay, well, are you entitled to compensation? And then there's other things they could do where they could like try to argue that it did harm because, oh, now I'm in GTA 6's trailer. People are going to see me, associate that, and that's going to harm my chances at gainful employment. It could harm my chances of keeping my current job or getting raises because people are just going to think of me as like, oh, another criminal from GTA 6. So he could argue that it would harm and like defame him in a way, but the difficult thing is that he'd have to show damages and then also verify that the damages are a result directly of the trailer affecting him. And even then, there's questions of like, well, you just look like a guy that's in a video game trailer. Like, that's not their fault, you know? So it just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, bro, you're not getting hired looking like that. Yeah, I don't think that the trailer is why you weren't getting hired. And no judge is gonna be like buy that argument, I don't think. Like the judge that's sitting in their very nice clothing, in their robe, doesn't have a single tattoo, has been in like court for the last 30 years, and then listening to this guy be like, he can barely string a sentence together too. His brain seems to be a bit fried. So like, I don't even know what his thought process is. It's just, I think his friends were probably like, bro, that's you in the trailer. It looks just like you. And then they're like, okay, well, I'll file a lawsuit. I'll get money. I'll get millions. Yeah, fantastic. We'll hire him. Bungie news? No, what Bungie news? Is there actual Bungie news? I don't see anything. I guess let me know. I don't see anything though. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see anything. Let's see. Oh, Bungie made some joke in patch notes. I was ready for it to be like, oh yeah, they just came in and like Sony took them over or something. I was ready for something like that. But I don't know. Not a huge deal. Okay. Okay. There we go. I can close that. I can close that. I can close that. Oh yeah, this was just insane. Talk about console hype getting you crazy. I'd rather smoke meth than play Xbox. Oh wait, I already do smoke meth. Still better than playing on an Xbox though. Me. I wonder how the console war is going. PlayStation fanboys. Smoking meth. Like what? It's just, you know what? This guy, he makes a very compelling argument. Wow. It's just amazing. Just amazing. Truly stunning, brave, and beautiful. Okay. Okay. I don't know if there's enough there to talk about. I think we could touch on this. Okay, so New segment, Jacob. New segment. Here we go. Sony patent aims to change game difficulty in real time as you play. Sony recently published a patent that describes an innovative technology that would amend the difficulty in game real time, adapting to the player's abilities on the fly. You like skill-based matchmaking and shooters? Ooh, baby, we're bringing it to single-player games too. It's not a concept that's completely unheard of in gaming, but Sony's patent speaks of enhancing it or making it more elegant than what already exists. They call it adaptive difficulty calibration for skill-based activities in virtual environments, and it uses graceful algorithms to assess how a player or user is playing and dealing with certain mechanics, elements, and circumstances. It will then adjust difficulty by making those elements harder or easier to handle to encourage the player to stay engaged for longer, avoiding frustration or a feeling that the game is just too easy. Instead of picking a traditional difficulty setting, the algorithms detailed in the patent would be dynamic, offering every player a tailored experience that's best suited to them. It would make it almost impossible for an outsider to gauge how difficult a game is before they buy it, as it would ultimately be different for everybody. They describe it as user information is received, then it's stored as part of the user profile information. Then it's sent and collect and store data as user plays one or more games. Then generate and evaluate game performance data, change difficulty parameters, yes or no. If no, it just circles back here. Then change difficulty. If yes, update difficulty parameters, go back to collect and store, and then it just cycles and spins. It just cycles and spins. Easy peasy. Weird. I don't really understand how they could possibly patent this and have the patent granted. It seems kind of crazy to me because this is something that games already do in a lot of systems. Like, this is already a thing. I don't know. But apparently they're patenting it, and it's a thing that they're locking down. It's an interesting concept. I don't know how many people would actually do this. I mean, I think you could, like, I'm trying to think if you use it in a game like Horizon, where you just hit play and you start going through. I think there's actually a lot of players who like the ability to cheese difficulty systems because they like playing on like hard, for example, when hunting and doing stuff like that, because they get legendary items in some cases, but then swapping it to easy because then they're guaranteed every single drop for like fighting a big, like, whatever, I forget what they call these things. Oh crap! What do they call these things in Horizon? The big T-Rex looking things. What? Somebody in chat, help me. I'm losing my mind. What are they called? Crap. Man. Thunderjaw? Is that it? Thunderjaw? I don't. Something like that. I have no idea. A Cybersaurus. Cybersaurus. Yeah, you got me. A Cybersaurus. Thunderjaw, okay. A Reptar. A Tech-Rex. Okay, you guys are super helpful. Oh, man. So, I don't know. I just don't see how they would get this approved, but apparently they did. And, I mean, a lot of these patents, it's just about submitting it and then getting it and sitting on it. Like, it's not actually indicative that they're actually going to use this or enforce it regularly. But it is something that is here and that they have the option to do now. I don't think it would be a great fit for a lot of certain types of games. Maybe for a roguelike mode, it could be useful. Maybe for a game like The Last of Us, where it's all about immersion and keeping the player engaged. And then you have an additional option for super hardcore mode, where it actually is extremely punishing and challenging. So I could see this as just another toggle in the difficulty lineup, where it's like adaptive difficulty. It changes based on how you play, and then you select it, and that is constantly changing based on how easy you're having a time with encounters and stuff. And it could just be something as simple as like the game says, okay, for this encounter on adaptive difficulty, it's expected that maybe you could say like, okay, this encounter, number one, it's expected to take you maybe 2 lives. If we just say 2 lives, and then maybe it's expected to take roughly 7 minutes. Okay, so we say 7 minutes. Then they look at how the player actually did in their first attempt, and let's say they did that encounter. It took them 4 lives, and it took them all told like 25 minutes. Then I think the algorithm could look at it and be like, okay, well, clearly it's currently too hard, so we'll toggle it to the effectiveness. Maybe this was on like the normal setting or hard or something. And then they say, okay, from this, we change the state over to easy, all behind the scenes, so the player doesn't know that it's being changed to easy. So for encounter 2, now we expect this encounter to take you maybe just 1 life and a grand total of 3 minutes. And then the player now on easy goes through and does in fact do it in 1 life. And it takes them maybe 2 minutes or something. Then that's close enough to the margin. We're happy. That's close enough here. It keeps it on easy. And just every encounter, every level you go through, it reevaluates what the expected performance was for that level, and then like what the fun experience maybe is. And then they evaluate based on how you actually played and then adjust it from there to try and get closer to what they deem the most fun experience to be. That could make sense. So as far as I can tell, this is basically how the system would work. Not a bad idea. It certainly could be a cool addition. I think most players would rather just have control, but maybe it's just because they haven't ever had the opportunity to use something like this. I'm not sure. So who knows? Who knows? Not a terrible idea. It's just like, okay, we'll see how it works. See what happens. What are you going to do? Okay. New segment, Jacob. So Larian was initially looking at bringing Baldur's Gate 3 to Xbox. They ran into some development issues because the Series S is incapable apparently of running at split screen. They found some way to save a bunch of memory, so they think that maybe they'll be able to bring it in the future. But as of right now, my understanding is that it does not have the split screen co-op at all, which is a bit of a bummer. But it is on Xbox and Series S now. However, a lot of people were wondering if it was going to come to Game Pass, because they're like, well, Game Pass, you know, they like to get big games on that platform, so why wouldn't they pay a hefty bag to get Larian to put this on Game Pass? But Larian says not to expect it. What they said specifically was in an interview with IGN, studio founder Sven Vink, or Vinky, I'm not sure, addressed that head on, saying that fans should not expect to see the game added to the subscription service. Quote, "Oh, we always said from the get-go it wasn't going to be on Game Pass. It's not going to be on Game Pass. We made a big game, so I think there's a fair price to be paid for it, and I think that is okay. We don't charge you for any microtransactions on top of it, so you get what you pay for. Up front, it's a big, meaty game, so I think that should be able to exist as it is. This is what allows us to continue making other games." And I think he's right. Like, there's some games that are kind of tailor-made for Game Pass, games that have sort of a higher barrier to entry that maybe wouldn't be as fun because you need to try them to decide if they're going to be good for you. Like, maybe if we do MS Paint again, if we go to MS Paint for this, if you imagine like, maybe we just visualize this as like actual barriers for different games. So like these are all different games and their level of accessibility, right? So for like Baldur's Gate 3, there's the initial cost, which is a barrier to entry. I mean, it's like $60 on PC, $70 on console. That's a barrier. So to get over that hurdle as you're running along, deciding if you want to buy it, that's a big hurdle to get over before you go off to have fun. Okay, the fun side of everything. It's a big barrier. I mean, it's a big hurdle to get over, but it's also counterbalanced, and it's not very high because everybody's saying this game is absolutely amazing. It's game of the generation. It's one of the best RPGs ever made. Blah blah blah. So it's very, very approachable in that way. Like, it's easier to justify jumping over this hurdle of cost of $60 because of that consideration. On the other hand, you have a game like, say, Redfall. Imagine Redfall not on Game Pass, okay? Full $60 or $70, I think, or $100 for the collector's edition or the premium deluxe edition, whatever. So this is like $70 and the game sucks and everybody says the game is terrible. So that's another barrier even on top of that to entering. So players are going to come along and be like, oh, do I want to try playing this? I don't know. That's a really big jump to get over just to play Redfall. Now, the fact that it's on Game Pass kind of changes it. So if you're looking at it on Game Pass, the barrier now is really low. It's just the matter of the time to download it and the mental anguish of playing it. But it's on Game Pass. Now, this is only the terrible reputation the game has. That's the barrier. So you're going to run along. And honestly, if you want to just try it, see it for yourself, it's not that big of a barrier to get over. On the other hand, you know, if you had to pay for it, you're very unlikely to try it because the barrier is just so high. So Baldur's Gate 3, considering that the only barrier is the price, and besides that, everything is going for it, I think it's fair that it's not on Game Pass. Redfall is a game tailor-made for Game Pass because a lot of people aren't going to try it unless it's on Game Pass. Another game I would argue is like tailor-made for Game Pass. That's a great game for that platform. Would be something like, say, a Skull and Bones, a game that might be kind of fun. Like, honestly, Skull and Bones might be kind of fun. It has a negative reputation that maybe is a little barrier to entry, but it's not bad enough that people aren't going to be willing to come along and give it a little hop and try it themselves. If it's on Game Pass, just download it, see if it's fun. The problem is right now it's not on Game Pass. It's a full like $70 game. And at that point, or $60, I think it is. And at that point, it's really hard to justify spending all that money and jumping over it just to probably not love it that much. You can get it through Uplay for $15 a month, my understanding is. So the barrier is a little bit lower if you go that route, but that's again only on Xbox and PC. It's not available on PlayStation. So for all of these, like, Game Pass is tailor-made to benefit games that have these hurdles, that would have a huge hurdle tied up in the cost that would prevent you from ever trying it. Or maybe it's just more niche, you haven't heard of it before, whatever else that it might be. Or games that didn't perform very well initially, like maybe Guardians of the Galaxy, where for whatever reason, people just didn't really buy it when it first came, but then it comes to Game Pass, it could do very, very well. So there's a lot of instances like that where Game Pass favors certain types of games. But for other games like Baldur's Gate 3, they'd much rather make $60-$70 a copy for millions of copies than get paid out a rate based on hours played for a lot of players that probably aren't even going to finish it. So that's my understanding of the situation. I think it's totally fair for Baldur's Gate not to want to come to Game Pass. And what was really interesting in those documents that came out during the FTC lawsuit over the Activision Blizzard acquisition was that Microsoft apparently was initially thinking they only needed about $5 million to get Baldur's Gate 3 on Game Pass. Now, Sven says that they were never going to do that. Early on, they decided they weren't. That very well is probably true. But Xbox, at least, thought they would only have to pay $5 million to get it on the platform, which is not very high. I mean, that's a pretty low barrier to get over to get the game on Game Pass. And it shows just how little people expected, or how few people expected it to blow up to this massive game that's, you know, game of the year and everybody's obsessed over. So nowadays, I mean, I'm sure it would be like 250 million. It'd be a crap ton. You know, it'd be a lot to get it on the platform. Maybe if they came with that check, they'd be willing to do it, but otherwise I don't think so. Did you see Digital Foundry named Avatar the best looking game of 2023? I did not see them do that, but if you have the hardware to run it, I think that that's probably fair. It's outrageous what you can do with like the forest and the foliage. It's ridiculous. Like, seriously, if you have a 4080, 4090, 3080, 3090, anything like that, it's ridiculous how good that game can look. And Digital Foundry has like the tech know-how to know why it's working and how it's able to look that good, which I'm sure just makes them all the more appreciative. I'm sure it just makes it all the better. Makes it all the better. Here, we can do... Should we do this as like an actual segment? I guess we could. Sorry, Jacob. New segment. Here we go. So I saw this article pop up from Gaming Bible, which I thought was a little interesting because it was directly in line with something we've talked about previously on the streams, on the main channel, in videos and stuff. And that is specifically the interest in the Elder Scrolls 6 after Starfield. And basically the article just goes through a handful of posts on various subreddits of fans that are a little bit more concerned. So in a post by user Even AH27, Bethesda's recent shortcomings were blamed on the ideas being brand new to the developer. Fallout 76 was the first multiplayer Fallout game. Starfield was a brand new IP in a new setting no game had done before. They followed this up by asking, quote, is the Elder Scrolls 6 safe from this trend of negativity due to the sheer familiarity and safeness of the IP? Some fans think not. One simply said the Elder Scrolls 6 is definitely not safe from this bad trend going on at Bethesda. Another added, Xbox needs to step in and help shape the next game in order to move Bethesda's design ethos, which is, quote, something that hasn't progressed much since 2011, something I actually really agree with. Finally, well, it's progressed in all the wrong ways, I would say. Finally, one said, quote, some of y'all just enjoy eating the slot Bethesda has been feeding us lately. Don't y'all want a game that doesn't divide the community and is passion-filled? Which I think is brilliant. It's why I've been saying, if you want Bethesda to do their best work, you have to be honest with them. You can't just like pat them on the head and be like, you guys really tried hard. You did so good. No, you need to get in there and say, guys, listen, there were a lot of shortcomings. There's a lot of problems. This is what we need to do to be successful in the Elder Scrolls 6. That's what you got to do. You got to get in there and tell them how it is. And hopefully they'll be receptive. Granted, they have a history recently of responding to negative reviews on Steam with ChatGPT, most likely, responses that are very, very cringe and painful, such as the one that went viral where somebody was saying that if you didn't like Starfield, that's ridiculous. And if you found it boring, that's crazy, because the astronauts, when they actually went to the moon, there wasn't much there. They weren't bored. So therefore, you being bored while playing Starfield is a you problem. Just madness. So hopefully the devs themselves, not just the community sports team, but like the actual devs, hear the critiques, hear the constructive, hopefully, criticism, and learn from it, instead of just sticking their fingers in their ears and going, la, 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 no, Starfield's great, everybody loves it, which is the worst thing that can possibly happen. Because if they make the Elder Scrolls 6 with the same philosophies as Starfield, going for scale, going for procedural generation and stuff like that, above handcrafted content, it's going to suck donkey balls. It just will. So I wanted to see what public perception was or is and how it's changed, because I did a poll 3 months ago, closer to the game's launch, like right around the time of the game's launch, actually, asking people after Starfield, are you more or less excited for the Elder Scrolls 6? And I had asked this on stream, and the response was always the people were generally less excited. But when I asked this on the main channel, which has much broader appeal, it's not all just my subs, it's a lot of other people that don't necessarily watch my content. YouTube just pushes these polls out to pretty much everybody. 62,000 people voted, and they said that the majority of them said no change, okay? Or a plurality of them said no change, 31%. So it didn't really affect them. Or 17% said they never cared to begin with, which I would put into like no change. It just didn't affect their consideration. 29% said that they were less excited, and 23% of the 62,000 said they were more excited. But when I asked this question yesterday, the response changed just a little bit. Just a little bit. 47,000 votes so far. Can you imagine if I was just comparing 62,000? I've gotten 47 votes on the latest poll. No, 47,000 votes so far on this one from 20 hours ago, where I simply asked the basic 3 questions. Are you more, less, or indifferent towards the Elder Scrolls 6 after playing Starfield? Or after seeing Starfield, hearing about it, all the stuff that's happened with it. Because I'm purely interested in people's perception. Not whether they think the game will be great, whether it'll live up to the hype or this or that. Just, are you more or less excited? Because in theory, you should always be more excited the closer to the game you get. and the more information you get about it, and after the most recent release from the studio, you should be more excited. And that's where I am with like The Witcher 4. I'm more excited for that game after playing Cyberpunk 2.0. I'm much more excited for that game than I was 2 years ago or 3 or 4 years ago. Even right after The Witcher 3, I was pretty excited for the next Witcher game. And then, of course, Cyberpunk 2077 happened. But like after seeing what they've been able to do, what they've been able to learn from Cyberpunk, how they've been able to rework it into the current generation, into a cutting edge engine and system. Granted, they are moving to a new engine and tool set, but we'll see how that pans out. But after all of that, I'm more excited for The Witcher 4. But with Starfield, you have a situation where 61% of the 47,000 respondents said they're less excited. And this is way worse than before. Only 29% of respondents in the last poll said they were less excited. Only 29. It's up to 61. It's doubled. And the people that are saying they're more excited, only 6% of respondents said they're more excited. 3 months ago, it was 23%. Now, granted, this is not a perfectly scientific poll. We aren't verifying whether these people have played it. We don't know if it's the same people that have voted in previous polls. We don't know if YouTube's changed how they divvy out these polls to people. We don't know any of that stuff. But what is very interesting is that at the very least, there seems to be a significant trend where in the last 3 months, people have dropped in their support for the game. Hardcore fans that are saying they're more excited for the game, they have shifted their perspective. And they've even become, they've either become indifferent, which honestly 31% were indifferent before. It's still 33%. It seems like the people that either never cared to begin with, probably the people that never cared to begin with, and the people that were more excited have all shifted into the less excited category, which is crazy. That's crazy. It's a huge shift. And for Bethesda, this should be way more concerning than I initially thought. Before, I thought it was like, oh, there's like 40-ish% of people that are less excited. That's a problem. 45% of your fans-ish are not as like are less excited. That's a concern. You got to win them back over. Only 6% of people that responded to this are saying they're more excited. Only 6%, because effectively what this is a question of whether Starfield was good enough for you to feel as though Bethesda was going to take Elder Scrolls up a notch, was going to surpass your expectations. And again, for every studio, in theory, it should always be pretty much exactly flipped here. It should be like very few people are less excited. Almost everybody's more excited. After playing Baldur's Gate 3, are you more excited for the next Larian game or less excited? I think most people are going to say more. I would expect. Tactical Hound. I think the demographic of your sample size skews towards a more particular way of critical thought. The demographic of your sample size skews more towards a particular way of critical thought. Well, so, I mean, this is one thing where, like, granted, it's not a scientific example. I think my audience is much more inclined to think critically of these things and to evaluate the question. Because, spoiler alert, I think you guys are pretty smart. My audience, I think, is much more capable of critical linear thought than a lot of other communities on the internet. So I'm very proud of the community we've built. So I would say that my audience, I think, is much more likely to look at the shortcomings of Starfield and find the future of the Elder Scrolls concerning, or at the very least less exciting. I think that makes sense based on my community demographic. But at the very least, like as I've seen just in the comments, and you can go through a lot of these comments yourself as well if you're interested. But a lot of people are saying, you know, they're not subbed. They are, they think that I'm a Sony pony. They think whatever else. And I get all of that. I understand people are entitled to those opinions. But those people are seeing this poll and are voting on it. And it's still skewing this way. Which to me is pretty crazy. Luke said he's proud of me. Yeah. What's the age demographic? They don't give me those stats on the polls, so I don't know. In terms of my audience is a little bit older than the standard gaming audience. Mine skews much more like 18 to 35, and is very international. So my demographics are very mature for sure. But on the posts, they don't give me individual stats on the survey, unfortunately. That'd be cool if they did, though. I was once a hardcore 1,000 hour plus bus, or I'm assuming BGS fan. Now I'm completely indifferent to the Elder Scrolls 6. I expect it to be a soulless monetized platform. Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're updating previous games just to add in a new paid mod platform, to me, is like, is that really the best use of resources and time? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I'm blushing. You silver tongue sweet talking, making me blush. Making me blush. Actually, what are the comments on this? If Starfield was the best they could do in 2023, then yes, I'm seriously worried about the Elder Scrolls 6. This is kind of where I'm at. I'm like, if you feel that Starfield's outdated today, and every release that they've done, their engine and tool sets have grown more outdated compared to the competition. So they're falling further and further behind every time a release comes out. And if Starfield was already this outdated, just imagine in like 4-5 years what the Elder Scrolls 6 looks like. Ooh, baby. Not less excited per se, but definitely more skeptical and worried the Elder Scrolls 6 will turn out badly. Oh my God, I'm so proud of you guys. A little more skeptical. Look at you. I was already expecting Starfield to be very disappointing, and it still failed to meet my very low expectations. As of the Elder Scrolls, is my personal favorite fantasy world, and Skyrim is one of my favorite all-time comfort games. I'm still excited to see what comes next. However, I'm way more skeptical, again, I'm so proud of you, of Bethesda's ability to deliver a game that is a true next installment in the franchise and not just Skyrim 1.5. I was 16 when Skyrim first dropped, and now I'm a month away from turning 29. I just don't care anymore. Yeah, I mean, it's tough when like you played these games when you were in your teens or you were a kid, and then like all this time has passed, and you're like, oh God, man. Ooh, Sean, thank you. Yeah, thank you. For the 10, 18 to 35, sheesh, I'm old, 41. You're close. You're right in there. See, every time I say it, then it triggers. I don't know why it's so delayed. Maybe it's a bug. Maybe I gotta do something. I
Sean
don't know.
Parker donated $10 through Super Chat. 18 to 35, sheesh, I am old, 41, lol.
Yeah, it's okay. I actually think that having some maturity in our audience has actually helped us a lot, because so much of like the internet and gaming discourse is just so clearly like a bunch of teenagers having knee-jerk reactions while drowning in hormones, and just like, you know, it's very hard to sense any rationale in a lot of these reactions to things. And so having some maturity in the audience, I think really, really helps. I like it. I prefer it, honestly. I prefer it. And Take, thank you for the 5 Australian dollar dues. If you stuck to doing quests on Starfield, the game is tolerable. The moment you go off quest track, it basically is all over as a game. Yeah. Which is unfortunate, because that is exactly and precisely where Fallout 4 and Skyrim are at their best, is when you go off and you just start exploring and you stumble into cool things. That's when those games are at their best. And it's where Starfield is at its absolute worst, which is frankly amazing that they managed to completely invert what they're good at. It's amazing. It's crazy. I don't even know how that happens. Like, how did they decide that was a good idea? I don't get it. I honestly don't. Well balanced. The rare occasion I see people arguing here is hilarious. The community here is so chill and intelligent. Yeah, dude, I love it. Let's see. What else do we have? Let's see. I'm happy Starfield has been panned by the majority of fans, because I think this will cause them, hopefully, to really focus in on what the fans want out of an open world RPG. They've had numerous mods for Skyrim to give them an idea of what we, the fans, want in our RPG experience. Yeah, and I think it's also, there's something really interesting about how these like basic bare bones decisions are being made. Like, it makes you wonder, was Skyrim so successful because, and like beloved because it was the evolution of things, Or is it that Bethesda just comes along every few years and they just try something a little bit wacky and different, and sometimes it sticks and other times it doesn't? Because Fallout 4, very different from Fallout 3, very different from Skyrim. Skyrim, very different from Fallout 3, then Oblivion, then what would come after it. And so it makes me wonder if this is just kind of how they work, that they just every few years try something really different and kind of wacky. And if it works and people love it, awesome. And if it doesn't and people don't like it, it's like, oh, well, it's worth trying. See you again in 5 years. Like, makes me wonder. I don't know. I would love to sit on those boardroom meetings when they're talking about this stuff in the early stages. It'd be so fascinating to me. Levi, I'm doing well. Thank you, my friend. Doing well. I feel Bethesda's last few swings have been big whiffs. I mean, Fallout 4 sold very, very well. And while it upset and frustrated the RPG community and fan segment, they still... it was still a game that a lot of people loved. And a lot of people bought it and bought the DLC and had a great time with it. And I've played it in the last couple of years, and I've had a really good time with it. You just have to play it like an open world adventure game. You can't play it like a freaking RPG or like Skyrim or anything, because it's just not. And in the same way, like, I think there's a possibility that if you play Starfield, like the opposite of how you play Fallout 4 and Skyrim, you actually have more fun. It's like I forget, sorry, who just commented it a minute ago that I read off, but the comparison that like the moment you go off the quests, you start to have a terrible time, which is crazy because in those other games, that's precisely what you should do to have the most fun. It's just go explore. Like even in New Vegas, made by Obsidian, but in the same sort of family of games, just going off and stumbling into something crazy is part of where the game's fun really, really lies. And in Starfield, they managed to design a game where exploring is the worst part of it. And it's just amazing. It's why like people say, oh, I don't mind the fish bowls. But this is the thing, like every time you have a little bit of a wall that the player hits, it harms the free exploration. Like for this, if you think of like Fallout 4, you know, you've got the big map of exploration, you're having a great time. You start up here, and you know, down here is Boston and everything. But if we say that you just like are kind of running around and exploring, some quests will take you to different places, but you're just exploring, having a great time. And you don't have to do anything crazy. You're not sitting through tons of load screens. The extent of what you're sitting through is like you walk through a door and then it fades to black real quick, takes a second, and then fades back in, right? There's not like an actual sorted series of load screens and UI to sift through. But you're running around doing all this crazy stuff, exploring, just having a great time.
IRX11 is now a red flag.
Thank you.
I am a big Witcher guy, so I was grinding quests like I normally do and was enjoying it until I finished the faction quest and then got so bored.
Oh, in oh wait, hold on, where'd it go? Big Witcher guy. So are you talking about the in Starfield? Big Witcher guy, so I was grinding quests like I normally do when I was enjoying it until I saw or finished the faction quest lines and I got so bored. Yeah, it happens quick, dude. It really does. It really, really does. Oh, and it was Take that said it. It was Take. Sorry. And also Luis Montorio, thank you for subbing with Prime, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, here comes MS Paint. You better believe it. But like with this, Fallout 4 is like that. Okay, it makes sense. Starfield, no, I had it right the first time. No, I didn't. We're gonna do Starfield. Okay, for Starfield it's different. It's little bitty. I'm actually gonna do bowls. We're gonna do bowl, bigger bowl for like New Atlantis, divvied up into individual little bowls, and then bowl on your ship, bowl here, little bowl inside these buildings, and then bigger bowl, and then bowl, and then bowl, and then bowl. So for Starfield, if you go to like an hour segment of gameplay, okay, like this is what it turns into. For an hour segment of gameplay, you start here on this little fishbowl and you're running around, trying to have fun. And then you hit a kind of wall. It might not be the physical invisible wall, but it's actually like, it's actually like a point where there's just nothing interesting anymore. It's like, oh, there's just endless expanse in front of me, seemingly of just randomly procedurally generated hills, but there's nothing to actually see out there. So I'm effectively at a wall. There's no reason to run past there. So you reach this point and then you decide, okay, I'm going to fast travel back to my ship. So you warp back here. It's a load screen. That's a little bit of a jarring thing. It pulls you out of the game a little bit. And then you fast travel over here, and then you land, and then you run around, explore a little, and then boop, fast travel back to the ship, head over here, and then run around, explore, try to do stuff, complete some different things, and then whoop, go back to the ship, and then I need to sell stuff. You're over here, run around, sell stuff, and then back to the ship, and then that looks like a dick, and then you run over here, run around here in your ship doing some stuff, run over here. And so it just ends up being here. And then, oh, I need to go back here. And so every time you're doing this, it's just a little bit of a barrier, just a little bit of a barrier. And what makes it all the worse is that every time you're going into this area, this is the dark ether of load screens. And in the age of 2023, players have justifiably grown accustomed to not dealing with these. Okay? So every time you go into the dark expanse of load screens, it sucks and it pulls you out and it harms exploration because you're dealing with all this trudge. I mean, I could put it in here, like say, oh, you entered a building here. Here in Fallout 4, you entered a building there. Here you entered a building. Boop, 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 you did this, and then you come back out of the building, and then over here you entered, and then here, and then you maybe fast traveled back to your base a couple of times, and then over here you fast traveled. But like, there's very little dark expanse of load screens in comparison in like a Fallout 4, right? There's like little dots here and there, but there really isn't that much to deal with. In the case of Starfield, it's just an actual ocean of craziness and lameness. And honestly, I don't know. I honestly don't know if mods can fix this. I'm starting to think maybe they can't. I'm starting to think maybe it's not that easy. Because like in Fallout 4, stripping out the like loads between like entering buildings and stuff really isn't going to change the game that much, right? It's just not. Because there's not that much of the black void in this game, right? It's there, but it's also a 2015 game, so it's more forgivable. It ran on the PS4 and Xbox One. It's more understandable why it's there. But it's not like overwhelmed with it. You know, there's still a ton of game here to enjoy, even despite that stuff. But in this case, like Starfield, it starts to feel like it's overcome with the magical black spaghetti monster of load screens very, very quickly. And it's not something that can just quickly be fixed. And this is the thing where, like, I've said that this was just such a huge miscalculation on Todd Howard and the dev team's parts that they thought that this really was not going to be that disruptive. They thought that this really was going to be that fun and just as fun, if not more fun, than what they had in Fallout 4. And it just doesn't make any sense. They gave players 1,000 fish bowls to run around in. Technically millions of fish bowls because there's millions on each individual planet and there's 1,000 planets. But that doesn't mean crap when there's this much crap in the way of enjoying it. People just at the end of the day would much rather play this because it's just frankly better in the context of a video game than deal with all of this. And as time has gone by, and going back to the survey that started this very segment, like it's just frankly something that the more players have engaged with it, and spent time bouncing between fish bowls, they've seen that it's just not as fun as the old system that they had already done. It was a cool experiment, but it just doesn't frankly work for the types of games that they want to make. It's a cool idea, didn't work out. The hope would be that the game director could realize that before spending 5-6 years developing it, and then millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars wasted on it. Maybe not wasted. There are people that enjoyed Starfield, certainly, but like, you'd hope that they could realize that this was not going to actually be as fun as people were thinking. I think if they had the seamless exploration, that would help with this a lot, because they wouldn't constantly be reminded of all of this clutter and the grunge everywhere. And then also, if they went a little less ambitious and instead of 1,000 planets, they went for like 5 or 3 and just let players actually explore the whole planet, that would have worked way, way better. Because what video game was the most watched trailer from the Game Awards? Does anybody know? What trailer was the most watched and celebrated trailer from the Game Awards? Wasn't Monster Hunter, as baffling as that was to me. It was a game that promised something technically, at least according to the description, less ambitious than Starfield. According to Todd Howard, Starfield was more ambitious than this game. And this is just a game that's trying to give a single planet to players that's procedural, but that is an actual entire planet to explore. That's all they're trying to do, is just give you a planet to explore. That's it. A single world. And this has done 12 million views in 2 weeks. Meanwhile, the sequel to Monster Hunter World, Monster Hunter Wilds, is at 1.9 million on their official page. And this is a game being made by 12 people. Now, I think this game probably is not that fun when it launches, because it's just not clear how giving yourself a planet to run around on is in and of itself inherently fun. But at the very least, this proves that the concept of a single planet that's vast and has stuff to find is compelling.
Does it feel like AAA's don't play test? How do you get games like Starfield or Diablo 4 these days? It's wild.
Well, with Diablo 4 when it launched was great. It had, 91 on Metacritic. Everybody was loving it. Everybody was having a great time. I had a great time with it. The problem was that they dropped a patch that I don't think they play tested at all, and they certainly didn't ask the community what they thought of it before they dropped it. That just totally broke Season 1. But I think it's important for us to not misremember Diablo 4. Diablo 4 was fantastically well received when it launched. Everybody was like, they actually did it. They lived up to the hype. It was one of the best reviewed games of 2023. And now, because they screwed up Season 1, we look back and we're like, oh no, it sucks ass and it was always terrible, but it wasn't. Like, the game is still very, very good. It's just they screwed up Season 1 terribly. But with No Man's, or with Starfield feeling like it hadn't been play tested, I think it probably was, at least by the studio. Apparently, we just talked about this on stream like a couple days ago, actually, didn't we? There was the story where Todd Howard apparently sent everybody home with a build of Starfield to play on their Xboxes over Christmas in 2022. And they just were supposed to play the game, get acclimated with it, offer feedback, stuff like that. So the studio was playtesting it, but I think that they just were so nose in the book that they just had lost sight of what players were expecting. And frankly, I think Bethesda has had a real talent in the last couple of releases where they launch alongside CDPR games that make their games look like hot dog water. And in 2015, it was The Witcher 3. Fallout 4 launches, and as an RPG, it's just not very good, and the writing is not very good and pretty cringy. And then it launches next to The Witcher 3, which has amazing writing and world building and is super compelling narratively. And it makes Fallout 4 look really bad in comparison. So then people are like, oh, see, Bethesda sucks. even though they don't suck. It just, by comparison, they look worse just because the other thing is so exceptional. And in 2023, they happened to launch right alongside the launch of Cyberpunk 2077 2.0 and the Phantom Liberty DLC, which is made by a team allegedly like of a decently similar size and scope, and it's just not anywhere near as impressive visually, technologically, or anything else for that matter compared to Cyberpunk. And granted, it took Cyberpunk a handful of years to get there. That's absolutely true. But also, their last major release was The Witcher 3. Starfield came and was allegedly their next like major release since Fallout 4. They had Fallout 76 between them, but they claimed that that was just a quick side project. So I think it's a more fair comparison directly. If you're saying, hey, 8 years later, this is what we're able to do, you compare Cyberpunk and how it evolved over The Witcher 3, and then you compare Starfield, how it evolved over Fallout 4, it's night and day. It's night and day. It's ridiculous. And so I think that that's part of the difficulty for Starfield and what's happened over the last 3 months is that as people have finished the game and then gone and tried Phantom Liberty, they're like, oh my God, like, Jesus, yeah, this is ridiculous. And then they go and they try Baldur's Gate 3 and see what a real RPG is like. And they're like, oh my God, this isn't even close. Like, what are we doing? So I think it's just, you know, it's the person that's like a 6 or a 7, you know, not bad looking, standing next to the like LA 10.
$5 through
It's just
Super
like,
Chat
you're always going to look
to
worse.
switch up from games not hitting the mark. What upcoming game are you most excited for or looks the most promising?
Yeah, I guess we can pivot off of that, but just before I answer it, I'll just say, like, I think this whole thing has just shown that the audience and the fan base for Starfield has kind of woken up to some of the shortcomings, and hopefully they're going to hold Bethesda's feet to the fire, and Bethesda hopefully will listen and improve and grow. That's all I'm hoping for. That's all I want. And that's all the fans really want. It's just going to be a matter of whether they are humble enough to listen to the fans and to the constructive criticism, or if they're going to stick their head in the sand and keep doing what they've always been doing. And only time will tell. Only time will tell. So, end of segment. And as to the question from Join Gaming, again, thank you for the 5. What upcoming games look the most, or am I most excited for, or look the most promising? I'm really looking forward to, of course, Monster Hunter, because I love Monster Hunter. I'm looking forward, well, I'm very interested and intrigued by Suicide Squad. I want to know how that turns out. I don't know if it'll be good or bad, or if it's going to be for me, or if it's going to be totally mid. I have no idea, but I'm interested. And then other games that are coming, 2024 is a weird year. Assassin's Creed Red is interesting to me. I want to know what that looks like and how that plays, because it's the first big Assassin's Creed game at that point in like 4 years. So that'll be really interesting. Black Myth Wukong looks interesting as well. That's one to keep an eye on as well. Absolutely. Dragon's Dogma 2 looks great. Crimson Desert looks really interesting. What else is there? Ask for stuff that's been like announced. I don't know. There's a handful of games coming that are intriguing. I don't know. I'm kind of braced to see if a bunch of stuff starts getting canceled. Allegedly, we're out of the we should be out of the real trudge of constant delays, because in theory that was primarily a result of COVID and that throwing schedules all over the place, and then the work from home stuff decreased productivity, according to a lot of executives. So they say that that's why the games were taking longer, is because work from home just is not as efficient, and blah, 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 blah. But allegedly, we're through the thick of it, and we should start to see games come out when they're actually announced. We'll see if that actually happens, though. Of course, GTA 6 is on the hype list as well, but who knows? Who knows? Yeah, new Yakuza game. Yeah. Hellblade. The new Fable looks fantastic. We'll see if that lives up to it. And then the Space Marine 2, that looks really cool. There's just a lot. There's a lot. What else do we have? Okay. What are my thoughts on the Yongya dub voice? I don't know. I think it's just personally a mistake for any executives to think that it works to hire like a public figure that's not known primarily for being an actor. Because like Young, he wants to be an actor. Like I think in his mind, he's a voice actor who also is a YouTuber. But to most of the YouTube audience and the gaming audience, I think a lot of people view him as a news YouTuber that also happens to do voice acting. And I think until he fully commits one way or the other, it's going to always be like that. So you just end up in a spot where people hear his voice, and frankly, his performance does just sound like his voice, like he's just talking. And because he gave Chris Pratt so much crap around Mario for doing just that, it's just too delicious of a story for people to not cry hypocrite and make fun of him for it. You know, if you say, oh, can you imagine how lazy of an actor you have to be to just do your voice when you're playing a character? That's so cringy. It's pathetic. And then you get hired and you do the same thing. Yeah, people are going to call you a hypocrite for it. Like it's going to happen. So yeah, it is what it is. Wyatt, also thank you for the 5. Was disappointed that Spider-Man didn't win any awards, but I might get Baldur's Gate while it's on sale to see why it won so much. Yeah, it really is a game that you have to take your time with, and you have to relax and like it's not a game to rush through. Like it's a game that you just kind of work through, just like a regular D&D campaign. You got to really enjoy it, savor it, go explore, talk to people, let those stories kind of take you over. That's how you do it. Hayes, what were your thoughts on Alan Wake 2? I think Alan Wake 2 is a fantastic game. It's trippy. It is, I mean, it really is just an acid trip in all the best ways. I think that there's some gameplay shortcomings. I think the detective board is not a detective board at all. It's just a glorified like plot tracking system. So as somebody that was excited to see like, oh, they have Alan Wake, and so we get all that gameplay and the flipping between like not even realms, but the like I guess sort of realms, but dimensions almost. So we get that gameplay, and then we also get the Saga stuff where we get detective gameplay and solving this crime basically and tracking clues and investigating scenes. That seemed really interesting to me. And then when you actually play the game, it's like a total afterthought. It just doesn't really apply. So for me, it was just kind of, I thought narratively it was crazy. Production values were top notch. Any other game trying to do a full musical number that like takes up an entire chapter of the game is crazy. Like nobody would have thought that was a thing that a game could do, but they did it and it turned out great. It was wonderful. So all of that stuff is top notch, best of the year in my mind. But then the gameplay was, in my view, really, really lacking, and it suffers from the same problem as like the Last of Us original game, where it's got the crazy narrative, amazing world building, ambiance, all that stuff is amazing, but the gameplay's lacking a lot. And personally, I would take the gameplay of the original Last of Us over Alan Wake's gameplay, because like better gun systems, better combat, I would personally prefer that. But that's not why you're playing Alan Wake 2. So some people just don't mind it, won't care. That's okay. But that's why I think like Alan Wake 2 for me is probably like a 9.5 or a 9 out of 10. It's up there. But Baldur's Gate 3 is like amazing story, amazing narrative, amazing gameplay as well. And so it gets the 10 out of 10. You know, it's still amazing, but it's just little bitty problems with Alan Wake 2 that affect it. I don't know why this was recommended to me, but I mean, I want to watch it because it looks funny.
What else is coming? Oh, I love Beat Saber. Lay it on us. I'm excited. All right, thanks, Deb. This is going to be amazing. I think it's time for my workout. But enough with the fun and games. It's time for everyone's favorite, work. I get that, but there will also be opportunities and benefits that we can't even imagine yet. For connection, for creation, for learning, and joy.
And joy? Hold on,
Nice.
we need to do this. Sweet baby Ray's. Sweet baby Ray's.
What are you guys making for dinner? Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce, I hope. Delicious. But hopefully for Canadian Thanksgiving, you get to eat a lot of Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce.
This was like, apparently it was a live stream where he went on and just like they were smoking some stuff, and then he had his, this is like just straight out of a supermarket. It's just very cheap Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce, and he just kept saying it over and over and over again, and it really screamed like billionaire trying to appeal to the poor people. It was just funny. I don't know. Mark Zuckerberg is one of those guys. I get the sense he's actually probably kind of a fun guy. I think he's probably like a goofball, and he's just really socially awkward. But I've got a lot of friends like that. I'm kind of like that. Like, I'm sure a lot of people would be like that. I think he's just like a goofball that happens to be worth like $80 billion or whatever he's worth. And because he is so socially awkward, people make fun of him for it. Elon is super freaking socially awkward. It's like really, really bad if you've ever seen him in person or watched a full interview of Elon Musk. It's like he's very socially awkward. But the difference is he's got like a cult following from SpaceX and from Tesla and from all the Starlink stuff. He has like a huge cult following that follows Elon. So he's made fun of. People like tease him and people do all of that. But he's also got this whole counter group that defends him tooth and nail. Mark doesn't really have that. He doesn't have like the sycophantic fans. Like nobody is going to be stepping out in front of a cyber truck to defend him. Everybody's like, yeah, well, it's Mark Zuckerberg. Who cares? Like whatever, you know.
There's some pretty good ones, especially, you know, one of the crazy things when you do these live Q&As is some of them are very silly. So we got one. Mark, are the allegations true that you are secretly a lizard? I'm gonna have to go with no on that. I am not a lizard. But you know, keep the high quality comments coming in, please. This is surely on track to be a great live Q&A if we continue getting stuff at that level of quality.
I just love the idea that somebody has the chance to ask a question of one of the most successful businessmen in human history. And the question they ask is, are you a lizard? It's just amazing. Like, oh man, it's just delightful. It's just delightful. Oh yeah, and there was this clip. I forgot about this one.
But it is going to bother you because you're human, and I was human. I am human still.
Little Freudian slip, because I was human. I mean, am. What? Shut up.
But it is going to bother you because you're human, and I was human. I am human still. But I was just referring to myself in the past. Not that I was not human.
Oh, that's pretty funny. That's
human.
pretty funny. I was human. You let it slip. See, it's all connected. I don't know. It's funny. It's funny to me. I think people forget that that some of these people that are so like iconic and massive, like they are regular people. They are like, if you sat down with Mark Zuckerberg, he'd just be like a regular dude. He's just very out of touch because he's been a billionaire for so long. And he's very isolated. Like he can't really have friends. He can't just have his buddies over. Like, imagine having that much money. Like there's all these stories of people winning the lottery and making like $30 million. And then all of their friends and family just destroy their relationships because they want a little slice of it. Like everybody does it. And that's like 30 million. Imagine billions. Like you can't have any friends. You won't be able to do anything. It would just be outrageous.
All right, well.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. This is funny. This is funny. Okay, I'm going to show you this. Twitch streamer's wife is not happy with him trying the new meta.
Fuck. All right. Well, I mean, you gotta.
Which, by the way, just in case you missed the memo, Twitch now allows for like implied nudity, but not full nudity. Like you can't just be naked on the platform, but you can do black bars and stuff. So a lot of people, like those hot tub streamers and cam girls and stuff, are just on stream, and then they have little black bars, and then on the black bars they put like their OnlyFans link or a link to their whatever live stream service that does allow nudity, so you can just scan the QR code and go see it without the bars. So there's a bunch of stuff like that, because Twitch is a joke, and apparently his wife wasn't too thrilled.
What are you doing?
What? Sorry. Just like this thing. It's just like goes. I'm sorry. I was just playing around.
Oh, imagine, dude, if Nikki just walked in, can you imagine? And I'm just like, in like a G-string, just sitting in my chair, very carefully arranged with black bars. Hey, babe, I'm working. Like, what do you even do? It's insane. Oh, Twitch at this point, I'm like, I just want them to commit one way or the other. Like, if they're gonna do the cam girl stuff, if they're gonna open all this, okay, just like commit to it. Do the thing. Like, stop doing the halfway thing. Like, what are we doing? You know? It's ridiculous. I'm more upset over the fact that he wasn't fully naked. There's underwear on the goddamn bars. Why were you looking there, Dark Spider? Why were you looking there? Why would you know that? Can you answer me that? Can you answer me that? I didn't notice. Why did you notice? Would you like to tell the class why you were looking there? For research? Okay. Okay. Dude told on himself. Yeah. Oops. Oopsie poopsie. Okay, this was something. So, but did you even notice the tassels on the nipples? Yeah, sure didn't. This was interesting. So for Esquire went long on why 23 was the best year in video game history. Let's see, but the worst year for the people who make and write about them, exploitation and layoffs, including the push for a national union. And then Dell posted, for comparison, Baldur's Gate 3 was developed by 300 staff across 6 studios with a budget that hovered over 100 million. During the first year of the pandemic, Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick was paid $155 million, and EA CEO Andrew Wilson was paid $21.4 million in compensation packages, according to the SEC. Ooh. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, just to put it in perspective, the first singular year of the pandemic, when all those people were being laid off and everything, Bobby Kotick took home $155 million in compensation packages. Now, the one thing I want to be clear about, because some people don't understand this, is that this does not mean that he got a check for $155 million. This does not mean that in his checking account he had $155 million. Okay, that's not how this works. How this works is that they're giving compensation packages, according to the SEC that governs like stock trades. So that means that they were given a package of a chunk of stocks, and usually how this works is that they'll say, like, on X date you are able to buy 1 million shares of Activision Blizzard stock at $10 a share instead of $50 a share, which is what they're trading for on the market. So if you turn around today, like, or on that day when you're able to do it, and sell them immediately, you'll make $40 on each share. So the package is worth 40 million because you got 1 million shares. the arbitrage, the difference between the two is 40. So you'd pocket effectively $40 million cash if you were to sell them, and then taxes are paid, blah, blah, blah. But that's how it works. So for this, it was a package. If he were to turn around and flip it immediately, it would be worth $155 million. That's how it's usually described. Sometimes if the person writing doesn't know much about finance, they'll say the package was worth $155 million, which can be very, very deceptive, because what they'll do is they'll say like, I don't even know, file new, don't save. That's okay. So what they'll do is like, if you're given 1 million shares, boop, boop, boop. Okay. And let's say, you have, I don't know, let's just say the shares are trading at 155. Okay. So $155 a share. This right now, if you have $155 shares and you are allowed to buy 1 million of them, you could say that package is worth $155 million, right? Because the total value of the shares would be $155 million. But what they're going to tell you is like, oh, but you can buy them at 140, because this is how stock stock compensation packages typically work, is they'll say you can buy it for 140 from the company. And so then there's a $15 difference. So in effect, the value to the person getting the package is $15 per share. Now, granted, that's still $15 million of effective compensation, because if you were to sell it, that's how much would go into your bank account. But some people that don't know anything about finance will just see this number, multiply it by this number, and say, wow, they were compensated $155 million when they weren't. The effective compensation was 15, right? Does that make sense? Or 15 minus whatever the tax would be, or 155 minus that. But this is why you just have to be very careful, because a lot of people that don't know anything about finance will just say a number, and it's not actually the effective payout. So you just have to be aware of that, because I've seen plenty of gaming websites that have reported on compensation for certain executives, and they got the numbers wrong by like factors of 10 because they didn't understand how the packages work. So that's just important to clarify. But I would not be shocked at all, given how big of a company Activision Blizzard is. I wouldn't be shocked at all if this was actually the take home was 155 million, and it was like 10 million shares at this price, and so the effective take home was 155. I would totally buy that being the case, just because of how big the company is, and some of those CEOs do make that much money. And either way, it's just the question, like some people would be like, why would we, like, what's the point? What would be the point of paying executives this much? I honestly don't understand it myself. I don't think that this is reasonable to pay this much money to a CEO when the company is struggling, and then also when the rest of the company is struggling and projects are being canceled and money's being wasted elsewhere. It just doesn't make sense to me why they would do this. But this is the thing. When the CEO has been in position for like 30 plus years, which Bobby Kotick was, you're in a spot where everybody on the board of directors is like his close buddy. They're all friends that have known each other for 30 years. Do you have any friends you've had for 30 years? Probably not, especially not friends that you've worked with and made millions and millions of dollars with. So they all have a vested interest in keeping Bobby happy, and Bobby's keeping them happy, and they're all making tons of money hand over fist. So they all just kind of smile and give each other crazy pay packages, and that's just how it works. And so what's really toxic about it, though, ideally what would happen is Bobby gets, like, let's be generous. Bobby makes $5 million. Okay. He gets $5 million for the first year of the pandemic, and then $150 million. Let's say they divvy up into stock compensation packages for employees, for full-time employees. And they just say, okay, for the 150, how this would work is that they'd give shares of stock to employees, and then they could redeem those and own the stock. Like my dad has worked for big companies, and they've had compensation packages like that. But if you were to say like 150 million dollars worth of effective, if we say that that's the take home amount. And then we divide that by, say, like, I don't even know, 15. Well, how many employees do they have? I don't even know. Like full-time employees, maybe it's within the Call of Duty team or something. Let's even say that it's even more. Let's say it's 20,000 employees. Divided by 20,000, it's still a $7,500 effective bonus that you could give to your employees each, to 20,000 people each. That's a stimmy right there. That's a real stimmy. Does he do that? No. Granted, this it also probably would not be necessarily this much, because again, the way that this works is that you have to buy the shares of stock for, like I said in this example, you still have to buy it for 140. So you have to come up with $140 million effectively to buy the shares of stock, to then immediately flip and sell them to get $15 profit on each individual one. And that's something that, like, if you're really financially struggling, not many people are going to be able to do. If you're Bobby Kotick, you can just go to your private financier at Swiss Bank or wherever you bank, and just tell them, hey, I need $140 million advance because I'm going to buy these shares and then I'm going to flip them, make $15 on each, and pocket $155 million or whatever. And they're like, oh yeah, no, sure, yeah, we'll do that real quick. We just ask for maybe a $10 million fee for kind of fronting the money for that, but yeah, we got you. And they can just knock it out really easy, because it's like an overnight loan that they can just quickly pocket money on the difference. But the average everyday person, even if they get offered like 100 shares, if they have to come up with $140 for each of those shares, like all of a sudden that's pretty difficult to just scrounge up that kind of scratch to be able to buy it and then sell it. Because, like, you're not putting that on a credit card. That's not how it works. So it's not always that simple. But with all this, it's crazy. Imagine pocketing $150 million while the rest of your employees are suffering and losing their jobs and getting downside. And like, everybody's suffering. And then you're just like, but I'll take the $150 million check though. That's fine. Whatever. It's just crazy. It's why, like, I have no problem if you start a company and you're making good money and then you become wealthy. That's great. As long as you're taking care of your employees. Like, that's what I would hope would be one of the prime directives. But amazingly enough, a lot of these big wigs at the big corporations, they work in the big corporate office far away from the everyday employees. They never have to talk to them or interact with them. And they don't want to interact with them because they don't want that. They want to see it as a spreadsheet. The business has a spreadsheet, because the moment that they get a personal connection and they start to see how their decisions could impact actual people, if they have any semblance of humanity left in them, they'll break, they'll snap, and they can't do that. Which is why they almost always try to keep a wall up and not interact with them in that way. But imagine how well it would have been received if they gave all their employees a $5,000 bonus during the pandemic. Well, exactly. Like, it's just, imagine if they were able to do that. If they did a stock issuance or they issued a bunch of bonds and they just said, listen, we're in a tough time right now, but this is what we're going to do. And the thing that makes it even more toxic, and this is the thing that you really have to understand, when you know how finance works, it becomes all the more inexcusable that they just left their employees to hang. Debt was basically free during that time. If they wanted quick cash to give a quick boost and bonus to all of their employees, they could do that. They took those loans, expanded into new studios, got new acquisitions, did this and did that, and then ended up laying all of those people off, canceling all those projects, doing all of that with no benefit at the end of the day to the balance sheet. When they could have just taken that money, given it to their employees, boosted morale significantly, and helped out actual people, but they just don't do it. Like, they just lose sight of it. It's why I understand, like, of course I have a degree in this. I understand that the prime directive of corporations is to provide value to shareholders. Absolutely. But I think that there is value in having a healthy workforce and having employees that care about the company and want it to do well and are passionate and are taken care of. Like I'm a firm believer that happy work is better work. And when your employees are happy and can pay their bills comfortably and save for retirement and all this, I think that they do better work. And your company will excel. I don't think you have to treat them like slaves to be successful. But anyway. Yes, Merry Christmas, Pretty Eye. Merry Christmas. It's also 2, so I think I think that's it. What did Bobby actually do? You mean like what did he actually do bad, or what did he actually do to work? I'm assuming work. I mean, Bobby, he brokered a $70 billion transaction. That in and of itself, I know it sounds like, oh, he just made some calls. It's actually quite difficult to negotiate any acquisition, much less a $70 billion acquisition. So that was a big project. That's one thing. Like Bobby Kotick is like, he's going to be talked about in business schools for years and years and years because he was very good at that side of it. I think he was morally bankrupt and he screwed over his employees a lot in the process, as can be, evidenced by all of the examples of him kind of harboring toxic and abusive people within his organization. But on the other side of actually running the business and growing it, he was very successful, which is why Activision was worth $70 billion, Rebel Moon, I have not seen it, Russell. I've not seen it. I should though. I should. I've got, like the Cinemark Movie Club. Is it Cinemark? It's Cinemark, and what's the other one? I don't remember. Anyway, whatever the movie club app is, I have that. It's AMC and Cinemark. Yeah, I have the Cinemark app, and I won't show the actual barcode for obvious reasons, but I have 19 credits because I forgot to turn it off. So for 19 months, it's been charging me monthly and then giving me a movie credit that I can use for a free ticket. Not free, you paid for it, but you can use as a ticket to go see a movie. So I have 19 tickets for movies I need to redeem, and I just need to do it. Oh, Corey, I'm sorry. Did one go through? Did I miss it? Oh, I see. Hold on. I see, Corey. It's because the threshold for the text to speech is 5, so the 2's also like they often kind of get buried. Let's see. Talk about Warner Brothers copyright of YouTubers' negative reviews. Any sort of corporate abuse of the copyright system, I think. Granted, I'm biased here, but I think any negative or any, not that there's positive abuse of it, but any abuse of the copyright system, I think should be grounds for counterclaims and penalties. Because you see YouTubers do it where they have somebody that like badmouths them and then they copyright claim all the videos talking bad to them. And I think those should be copyright claim, or if they issue those copyright claims, there should be counterclaims that are built into the laws where the person is compensated by the abuser for false claims, because it's very easy to demonstrate when a claim has been done in bad faith and falsely, where clearly this person does not own any rights to this. They know they don't. And a lot of the people that do that kind of thing, like Only Use Me Blade is one of those guys where he's gone on and copyright claimed a ton of negative videos about him. He will say on stream while he's pressing the buttons to do it, he's like, he's usually drunk. So he's like, I'm gonna ban this video. I'm gonna claim it because I don't like it. Yeah, try talking shit now, man. And he'll press the button and do it in front of a live audience and clearly is abusing the system for no reason at all. Like it's so toxic. So I think that there should be more stringent punishments for abusing it. And in the case of striking negative reviews, if that's the case that Warner Brothers is doing that, or anybody is doing that, individual or corporate alike, I think that should be not just disallowed, but also punishable, because it breaks the free market of discourse and makes it so you can't talk about stuff without fear of retribution of false claims. It's crazy. It's crazy. The one exception, like there's certain things that they can do where they can like jump through certain like little bitty hoops. Like an example was Rockstar, and I mentioned this before, but I used a clip from a cutscene where Dutch is talking to the gang. And that clip was used also in a trailer that they put up that they had copyright protection turned on for. And so because in this 20-minute video or whatever it was that I made, I had this 1-second clip of Dutch talking in a cutscene from the video game, that whole video got copyright struck. And it was a positive video about Red Dead 2, but the whole video was copyright struck because of that. It was just like a stupid little bitty thing, but it was like they shot themselves in the foot because they had this law or this rule set up automatically to trigger if it detected any segment of the trailer to claim it. And so in that case, you know, I don't think they were necessarily trying to act in bad faith or screw me over. I think they just had a very stupid decision, or made a very stupid decision to automatically strike anything that involved any segment of the trailer, because now nobody wants to make videos about the game. Everybody's scared to make videos using footage of cinematics and stuff in the game for no reason, just because like they wanted to toggle that switch. And what are they getting from that? Like, okay, they prevent re-uploads of the trailer. Okay, what else do they get from that? Like, you're preventing people from discussing the game and like hyping it up and talking about how much they love the trailer. You lose all of that. Like, why? I just don't get it. Because it wasn't rev sharing, it was blocking it. You couldn't just like keep the video up but have to share the ad revenue. It was, no, now your video can't be watched in any place other than Antarctica. You know, that's crazy. How much is Rockstar worth? It's hard to say because they're owned by a publicly traded company, so they're not actually an independent organization. So it's really hard to say, but probably alone, I'd say they, with GTA Online, they're probably like a anywhere from $6 to $12 billion company, probably somewhere in there. Rockstar alone, if you count GTA Online over the last few years, probably is worth more than all of ZeniMax, which is crazy. It's crazy. But anyway, how is Twitch about copyright music playing during streams? Yeah, Twitch will let it happen and then they'll just mute that section of the VOD after the fact, which really is not that big of a deal because nobody's watching VODs on Twitch like YouTube. Like, nobody's going back and watching the full thing in the same way that people would do that with YouTube streams. So YouTube will detect it in real time, and then just like we had earlier in the stream where that little segment from NCIS, they almost blocked the whole stream and shut the whole stream down because we watched that one little segment in real time. Only 10 billion? Yeah. I mean, it's not magic, guys. Like, we're talking about Take-Two Interactive and Rockstar. Like, what's Take-Two Interactive's total market cap? Like, Take-Two Interactive's total market cap is 27 billion, and that includes all of their sports games. So if you remove all the sports games that print money, all the mobile games and stuff that make tons of money, you strip all of that out, and you're left with just Rockstar, you're probably down somewhere between, like I said, anywhere from like probably, I know I said 6 to like 15, but probably more like 10 to 15 billion dollars is I think what you're left with. Because those sports games make a lot of money. So, yeah, I think 10 is like, it's probably about right. I've seen so many people, or seen many people react to the GTA 6 trailer, so it seems like they removed the copyright for GTA 6 trailer. That's good. That's good. I'm glad that they're doing it. Hopefully they stick to that. Because with Red Dead 2, it was so toxic. Maybe they changed that since Red Dead 2 because the React meta has become so big that they decided not to fight it. But yeah, back in 2018, it was a big problem. It was a big problem. Yeah, Rockstar makes $1.5 billion every year. Well, it's not just about revenue. It's also about pure, like, what's the actual take-home profit. You're the EBITDA. I think, was it Warren Buffett or was it Charlie Munger who was like, EBITDA is a joke. No, it was Buffett. It was Buffett.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Andy Marino of Chapel Hill, by way of Boston. You have argued against the use of alternate measures of profitability, such as earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization, as measures of business performance.
Which all of this just means money, like people reporting on earnings before they factor in all of the actual costs that come in. So like just looking at Rockstar and be like, look, they made X amount of dollars in the last year. It doesn't really tell you anything. Because if it costs them $2 billion to make 1.5 billion, they didn't, like, it's actually a failing company. It doesn't actually work.
Implying that recently, could you use and does it?
Yeah, go. We told you you should not count goodwill amortization. We can remember.
What Munger?
Look at that was the mention of Ricotta. Will think of it's and but of course on in become if I hold
I want Munger.
I couldn't appreciate what the deal not on and present earnings is beyond me. Charlie?
Yeah, I think you would understand any presentation using the word EBITDA if every time you saw that word you just substituted the phrase bullshit earnings.
He just passed away like a couple weeks ago, actually, at 99 years old. He was like Warren Buffett's right-hand man, but yeah, it's about accurate. It's about accurate. Are you going to remain a skeptic about GTA 6? All skepticism means is just withholding judgment about a claim until there's sufficient evidence to determine a conclusion about the claim one way or the other. And until then, you withhold judgment. So like the old school example is like, you know, in a deck of cards. If I hold a deck of cards, you know that there's 52 total cards, 26 of them, so half the deck, is red cards, 26 are black cards, right? If I pull one card out randomly and I don't show you what it is, and I ask you, is this a red or a black card? Or actually, I ask you, this is a red card. Do you believe me? You can either say, yes, it's a red card. Yes, I agree. Or you can say, no, I think it's a black card. But there's actually a third option, which is, I don't have enough information to determine whether it's red or black. It could be one or the other. It's 50-50. It could be either of those. I have no reason to believe one way or the other. So I'm going to withhold judgment. And in the case of GTA 6, I think there's a lot of evidence that if you say the red card is the game being great, there's a stack of black cards that have been pulled out of the deck because they always do great work. They're always very, very focused on quality for single player games. The trailer looks amazing. It seems to be running in real time. At least most of it does, or a lot of it does. And there's all these things that are like the black cards being removed from the deck. So the odds of it being a red card that I'm holding in my hand go up significantly. There's still a chance I'm holding a black card, but the odds are pretty high that it's a red card. And that's kind of where I'm at with GTA 6, is that I think the odds of it being a really good game are really, really high, because GTA, or Rockstar rather, never really misses with single player stuff. The online support they do miss with a lot, but single player games, they've always done a great job. So I try to be skeptical about absolutely everything, which just means withholding judgment until there's reason to believe one way or the other the answer to the claim. Like that's all it is. And when the game comes out, if the reviews are great, I'm not going to be like, no, the game actually sucks. We'll decide for ourselves. That's cynicism. That's something totally, totally different. So yeah, I'll try to be skeptical about absolutely everything, because being skeptical is the one surefire way to avoid becoming a victim of a con man or of scammers that take your goodwill for granted. Let's see. And Stefan, PSA, Steam beta client now allows setting individual games as private. I can now hide my corn collection. Yeah, I did see that was a thing that they started doing, which is funny. I was like, do I own any games that I would want hidden away? I was really trying to think of one. Like, are there any games I'd be like ashamed of people knowing I own? And there really aren't any that I would want to hide. There are. The reason I can't like just show you my Steam library is because I do have games in there that I'm playing for like either for review or as part of like early access programs that are all under NDA, and like a handful of other types of things I can't really talk about. But like, there's reasons that I can't just share my Steam library with like the live audience, but like hiding it from friends or from family or something. Like if my wife came in here, do I want her to see my Steam library? Like, I don't care. I don't know if there's anything I'd want to hide the day before. Yeah. I don't know. I can't think of anything. What up? Using the mouse wirelessly. Thinking about upgrading from my wired OG 502. Yeah, this 502 is great. This 502, 502X has been great. I've been loving it. Battery life is great too. This one is the Razer RC30. And this thing's battery life is an absolute joke. It lasts maybe like 4 or 5 hours, and then you have to put it back on the charging dock. It is laughably bad. Like, it's so bad, I don't know how this even was released. I'm baffled. So, yeah, anyway. Would you consider getting the final mouse? I don't know what that is. Is it a good mouse? I don't know. 502 has infinite scrolling. How do you like it? I don't really use it. I'm gonna be real. Like, you can press the button and then just spin and spin and spin, but I don't really have any use for it. I got the 502 Lightspeed, and the battery life is around 15 hours. Yeah, this thing, I don't know what it is, but I feel like I only have to charge this once every like few weeks, maybe. This thing, again, like at the end of this stream, I'm going to have to put it on the dock. Otherwise it'll die by tonight. It's crazy. Yeah, I like the wireless thing. At this point, I think the latency is so good that I don't think that it's going to make much of a difference in competitive gaming even. So I just think it's nice. The convenience greatly outweighs any latency benefits. You need to do a segment of this video with dating advice. I don't know about that. Oh, I've heard it's lightweight and nice. Oh, that's cool. Anyway, I keep getting distracted. It is like 2:30. I'm about to pee my pants. So we've been going about 4.5 hours. I think we'll call it there. We'll be back after Christmas. Merry Chrysler. Right after Christmas. We'll be back and do a couple more streams before I go to Arizona for New Year's. But it'll be basically regular content. We'll just not be here on Monday because Monday's Christmas. So we'll do that. And I want to thank you guys. This has been not just a wonderfully attended series of streams we've done recently, but you guys have been incredibly generous with like super chats and memberships and subscriptions on Twitch and all that stuff. It's just been crazy. So thank you guys. KJ Solis as well over on Twitch, in case I missed that one. Just very, very generous. You guys have all been fantastic. I hope you have a very Merry Christmas or holiday, whatever you celebrate. I'm glad you are here, and 2024 is even going to be, it's going to be even crazier. So we'll talk before the new year. Don't you worry. We'll be back probably Tuesday for the next stream. But in the meantime, have a fantastic holiday. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Everybody stay safe. Give somebody you love a nice big ol' hug, and then whisper in their ear and tell them, Luke told me to do this. They'll understand. They'll get it. Okay. Much love, everybody. I'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.